patiently to the limit of its strength.
Beware of Pity, a novel by Stefan Zweig, adapted for radio by Gert Westphal and translated by Harry Guest. Music by Peter Tsvetkov.
The scene is a small town in Austria-Hungary just before the outbreak of the First World War. There is a dinner party going on at Keckersvalver's castle. It is the first time Lieutenant Hofmüller of the Lancers has been invited. Tall and slim in his best uniform, he is standing in the doorway of the great dining room. The butler announces him.
Lieutenant Hofmüller.
The other guests are already at table. 40 pairs of eyes look up. Strangers' eyes which weigh up the latecomer.
Forgive my being late, sir. I hope my batsman was in time to present my apology.
Yes, indeed, Lieutenant. It was particularly civil of you to send your batsman. I know what the arm is like.
It was the least I could do.
But as I wasn't sure when you would come, we started dinner.
His host speaks and looks more like a schoolmaster than a nobleman, and his eyes look slightly tired behind his gold spectacles.
But now, please come and sit down. I will introduce you to the company later on.
I shall be delighted.
May I perhaps just introduce you to my daughter? Edith, my dear. May I present...
No, I don't. I'd catch my foot in the leg of the table and kick it over accidentally. That's the only way you can save yourself from getting the worst hiding I've ever given you. Go to the devil. There. Oh, you do that, do you? Mm-hmm. All right.
If you please, ma'am, Major Laponda wants to know...
Good evening, Baroness. Do you remember me?
The circle.
You were playing chess in the cafe in the village when I went in the other day. How could I forget?
That's how it had all begun a few days before. And that was how he had first heard the name Keckersvalver. The name that was to open the gates of this magic castle.
Burgundy, sir?
You haven't tried the foie gras yet.
Oh, you are spoiling me. I've never danced so well before.
When she laughs, the air sparkles. Her arms are bare, and his hand occasionally touches hers. Not always by accident.
This is a wonderful evening, Baroness.
Will you have a maraschino, Lieutenant Hofmüller?
Champagne, please. After a glass of that,
I drink your health, Lieutenant.
May I have the honor of this dance, Baroness?
Her eyes say yes even before he makes his bow. Her arms soft and cool. He leads her into the drawing room. While the old couple watch and chaperones chatter, several couples spin over the floor which mirrors their dance.
You dance wonderfully, Baroness.
The whole evening is wonderful.
He is happier than he has been for years. He dances brilliantly with each of the four most beautiful women there. Then he returns to Ilona, the Baron's niece. He laughs and dances and circles. Suddenly, he hears a small silver chime as 11:30 strikes. Something occurs to him.
Lux presents Hollywood.
She's not dancing. She is not in the drawing room. She can't have left. She's the daughter of the house.
He finds her at last. She is in the next room, sitting between two...
All I bring you.
It is just because the flowers near her are so warm and crimson that the lieutenant is aware how pale her brow is under the auburn hair. But there is no time to stand looking at her. He must make up for his rudeness at once.
May I have this dance?
For 2 or 3 seconds. Then suddenly her pale cheeks flush. She closes her mouth tightly. Only her eyes continue to stare at the lieutenant.
Baroness.
With a convulsive movement, she clutches the table and the vase of flowers totters. At the same time, something heavy falls with a clatter from her armchair to the floor.
I can't dance like the others anymore.
The two old ladies take hold of her gently. She lets go of the table and falls back in the armchair. She is still crying.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
Neither of the old ladies bothers to glance up at him. and the lieutenant wheels out of the room. Suddenly, he sees Ilona's face before him.
Have you gone out of your mind? Didn't you see? Didn't you know?
No, I didn't. I didn't. This
No,
is the first time I've ever
radio.
been here.
Edith is a cripple. She can't take two steps without her crutches. And you go and ask her to dance.
But, Ilona, I didn't do it on purpose. Oh, please tell her how sorry I am. You must. I couldn't know. I only saw her for a second at the dinner table. Please explain. Ilona!
But Ilona has gone hurriedly through the dancing couples.
Saturday night theatre.
Soon everybody will be talking about what I did. The servants will gossip about me, and by tomorrow the whole regiment will know.
He decides to run away now before the couples have left the floor. Before he sees his host, he stumbles towards the door and runs through the hall.
Are you leaving us already, sir?
The lieutenant flings his coat over his shoulders and runs out. In front of the castle, he stands for a moment in the cold wind, his heart full of shame.
I don't know how I managed. I don't remember the first thing I did when I got there. I drank 3 glasses of Slivovitz to try to get rid of the sick taste in my mouth. Then I threw myself down on the bed and tried to think back over what had happened. It was only a misunderstanding. Anyone might have done the same thing.
Trustee from the Tool Room, a play adapted by Stephen.
I felt cruel. If only I'd kept my head, I could have made it all right again. But I ran away and spoiled everything once and for all. That's why I feel so guilty. That's why I'll be blamed all my life.
Broadcasting
all my
service.
friends will gossip about me.
Sat.
Last I fell asleep. But I could have only slept lightly and feverishly, for images of the evening kept swimming before my eyes. I saw Edith's anguished face, her hands grasping the table. I heard again the sound of something falling, which must, of course, have been her crutches. And I kept on imagining the door opening and her father coming in. Once the apparition was so vivid that I leapt up. I saw the reflection of my own face in the mirror, pale and beaded with sweat. You can think more clearly than you can in the dark. You are not haunted by ghosts once the sun is shining. And perhaps no one else noticed. Only poor Edith, and of course she will never...
Don't worry. You'll find it. Here he is. Well?
I'm taking the tarpaulin from the boots. You better go on to the station.
The soldiers on their way to see to the horses, goes out through the gate and runs to the flower market in the square.
Just look at those roses. And fresh in this morning. Smell them. Have you ever seen better?
Oh, they are beautiful.
How many would you like?
All of them.
Pins of Commission
Just make up a
by
bouquet.
R.D. Wing.
Or better still, could you arrange them in a basket, do you think?
Oh, but of course,
Oh,
sir.
then I'll be off. If you'll arrange them as beautifully as you can and send them straight away, I'd be very grateful. Good morning.
But Lieutenant Hoffmiller, sir, not so quickly, sir. Where am I to send the flowers? You haven't...
Oh, sorry. They are to go to the Baroness Edith von Kekeswald.
Ah, yes, of course, Baroness Edith. The Kekeswalvers are my best customers. Do you want to send a little message?
Yes. Please forgive me. No, that won't do.
Midweek
Reminding
Theatre.
her of the incident. Just put my card in with them, will you? Just my card.
The flowers took all that remained of his month's salary. He will have to avoid Grossmeyer's cafe for a while, but at the moment he doesn't mind. In fact, he's pleased that his stupid behavior should be costing him so much.
Letter.
So he goes back to the barracks and pours out his coffee.
I had to warm it up again for you, sir.
He goes through the morning's duties punctiliously, but without much enthusiasm. At lunchtime, on the way to the mess, his batman runs after him.
Lieutenant Huffmiller, sir. This has just come for you, sir.
Midweek
A
Theatre.
rectangular envelope of blue paper with just a hint of perfume. On the back is a coat of arms. The writing is precise and sloping. A woman's hand.
Dear Lieutenant Hofmüller, thank you for the lovely roses. I didn't deserve them. They are far too beautiful. I keep on...
3 Days of Frost by R.D. Wingfield.
Any afternoon you like. You don't need to tell me in advance when you are coming because, unfortunately, I am always at home. Edith von Kekeswalver.
Her handwriting looks gentle. He remembers the way her narrow hands clutched the table. He remembers her pale face.
Dear Lieutenant Hoffman, thank you for the lovely roses.
And murmured, check.
I should say.
Discreetly she ignores his appalling indiscretion. How tactfully she herself refers to her infirmity.
Unfortunately, I am always at home.
Unfortunately, I am always at home.
She is a real aristocrat.
I must go and thank her for the invitation.
Today is
And stand the next date is the stage.
Sunday?
No, I'll go on Saturday.
On Friday, he is in the drawing room up at the castle. Ilona greets him and takes him to Edith. The crippled girl is sitting in the same armchair by the green jade table. There is a white fur rug over her lap, which hides her legs.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Hofmuller.
Edith smiles at him. She has probably been rehearsing this scene.
I hope I'm not disturbing you, Baroness.
This is their second meeting, perhaps a fatal one.
Please sit down, won't you?
Can't help noticing the embarrassed way she stretches out her hand to him over the table.
What can we offer you, Lieutenant? Tea or coffee?
Whichever you are having.
No, it is for you to choose.
Well, I'd prefer coffee, if I may.
And Ilona leaves the room to tell Joseph. The lieutenant is embarrassed. He doesn't dare look at Edith.
Won't you sit down, Lieutenant?
Thank you.
I want to thank you for those wonderful flowers. See how beautiful they look in that vase. And I want to apologize for the way I broke down yesterday. I was so ashamed I couldn't sleep a wink. Oh, you meant it so kindly. How could you possibly have known? Anyway, you guessed what I was thinking. You see, I was deliberately sitting where I could see the dancers. And the moment you came in, there was nothing I wanted to do so much as to dance. When I was young, I danced very well. I still dream I'm dancing every night. In fact, perhaps it was a good thing for Papa that this happened to me. Otherwise, I might have run away and become a dancer. It must be wonderful to have to dance for a living. Think of it, to have to dance. I collect all the pictures I can of the great ballerinas. Saharet, Pavlova, Kasavna. I've got pictures of them all. I'll show you. They're in that box over there by the fireplace. The Chinese lacquer box.
Oh, here?
No, to the left, by the bookshelves.
Oh.
Yes, that's it. Bring it over here. See, the very first one is Pavlova. She's my favorite.
The door opens and Edith hastily closes the box.
Don't tell the others. Don't breathe a word of what I told you.
The white-haired servant in exquisite livery wheels in a richly loaded trolley.
The coffee, madam.
Ilona comes in behind. She serves Edith and her guest, sits down herself, and at once the tension is perceptibly eased. They talk for an hour, perhaps an hour and a half, and then someone comes in cautiously, almost as if you were afraid of disturbing him.
Please, don't get up, Lieutenant Hofmiller.
It is her.
In The Long Sunset by R.C. Sheriff, Julian is played by...
Make him look rather like a doctor. The worried way he glances at her disturbs the easy rhythm of the conversation they were having before he came in.
Excuse me, sir.
He's very punctual, Joseph.
Tell him to wait. No, he can go away altogether and leave me in peace. Oh, please stay, Lieutenant. It's perfectly all right.
But, Edith, dear.
I really ought to be going.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. Joseph ought to have waited instead of blundering in like that. It's only the master, a daily torture I've got to undergo. I have to do awful exercises, and it's supposed to do me good. My doctor's latest idea, and it's as useless as all the others he's had.
But, dear, you don't really think the doctor can't...
All right, I'll see him. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. Please excuse me. But I do hope you'll come again.
She picks up the small bronze bell on the table in front of her. There are bells like this near her.
Salt is Leaving by J.B. Priestley, dramatized for radio.
Joseph, just to get up, I'll walk by myself.
Joseph bends over her and with an obviously practiced movement takes hold of her fragile body under the arms. Once she stands upright...
No, stay here with Father, Lieutenant.
She looks at them all, then picks up the two crutches that were hidden underneath the blanket, bites her lip, and with extreme difficulty...
Saturday Night Theatre, which is in Monarch.
Joseph walks immediately behind her, his arms ready to catch her in case she falls. The lieutenant realizes she won't let herself be helped. She wants everyone to know she's a cripple. The distance from the table to the door seems endless. The lieutenant stands there, hardly daring to breathe, listening to the dry tapping of the crutches. Finally, the noise dies away behind the closed door. But still the lieutenant makes no move.
Don't be offended, Lieutenant.
We present another play in the Flora Robson Festival.
These last few years, the poor child has gone through a great deal of pain. We've tried all sorts of treatment, but improvement is very slow. No wonder she gets impatient. But what else can we do?
Kekosvalva stays by the tea table. He doesn't look at the lieutenant. He has picked up a spoon and traces strange patterns on the table, still not looking at the lieutenant.
If only you could have seen her before this happened. She was so full of life, so daring, so... And this had to happen to her. Yet, you know, it's very easy to make her happy. I wish you could have seen how delighted she was when your flowers arrived. You'd have almost wept. You can't imagine what a...
London after dark. At this time, the...
Regretting the way she lost control just now. But how long can a child like that go on being patient when progress seems so maddeningly slow?
While talking, his eyes have never left the strange patterns the spoon was drawing on the table.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I've got no right to inflict our problems on you. It's just that I didn't want you to feel any resentment about the way she behaved just now.
The lieutenant suddenly takes the old man's hand in both of his. Kekosvalva looks at him in some surprise. They both feel unwilling to break the silence. The lieutenant bows and goes out quickly.
Allow me to help you, sir.
In the hall, Joseph helped him on with his coat. Suddenly, Lieutenant Hofmiller knew without looking round that Kekosvalva was standing in the doorway, that he wanted to thank him. He felt embarrassed and pretended not to notice that he was there.
Good night, Joseph.
Good night, sir.
And he hurried away from the house of tragedy.
Second formation! Go out!
I love riding. Your blood runs warm though the air is cold against your face. The smell of the dew, the smell of the fields. Your breath steams in the morning air. This is the best time of the day to ride. But today, it's as if some other hand were controlling my reins. I can see the square walls of Kekosvalva Castle, and perhaps someone in the castle can see me. Someone I hurt because I wanted to dance, and someone I might be hurting today because I can ride.
No, stay here with Father, Lieutenant.
I don't seem to have the courage to enjoy my health anymore.
Second formation! Start!
That tug on the reins was the beginning. It was, as it were, the first symptom. He had been infected with pity. 3 days later, a letter from Kekosvalva lay on his table.
Dear Lieutenant Hofmiller, would you care to come to dinner next Sunday? This time the guests will be all male. I have invited Lieutenant Colonel von Frieser from the Ministry of War, whom I have doubtless already mentioned to you. If you accept, it will please my daughter and Ilona as much as me.
Coffee is served in the drawing room. There is a wide choice of liqueurs and, of course, thick cigars with colored bands round them.
You won't mind if I smoke my own cigarettes, will you, Kekosvalva?
The baron leans forward to speak to Lieutenant Hofmiller.
Would you care to join us in a game of cards, Lieutenant? Or would you prefer to talk to the ladies?
The latter, sir, of course.
If I win, the Colonel will resent it. If I lose, that's the rest of my month's pay gone.
After sending the basket of flowers, he has only got 20 crowns left in his pocket.
How's life down at the garrison, Lieutenant? I was at school with your colonel, you know.
Joseph has set the card table up, gentlemen.
The lieutenant sits down by the two girls, who both appear particularly charming to him tonight. Edith doesn't look as pale as she did last time. Perhaps she has put on a little rouge in honor of the guests. She seems calmer, less agitated.
Have another cognac, Lieutenant.
Oh, no, really, nothing more. I shall get drunk.
Ilona's eyes are sparkling. The lieutenant feels he could very easily fall in love with her. Does he avoid the temptation because he knows she is already engaged? Or is it because of Edith?
Tell us another story, Lieutenant.
The cognac warms him. He is enjoying a cigar after another sumptuous dinner. His conversation is neither clever nor deep. He is just telling commonplace little stories just gossiping about garrison life.
So the private said, sir, aren't you sitting the wrong way round on that horse? I said the officer, you don't know which way I want to go.
The girls are delighted with his stories. Edith is in high spirits, and her clear laugh rings out. There seems to be health and even beauty in her face tonight. Her grey eyes are sparkling with happiness, and the lieutenant takes pleasure in looking at her as long as he can forget her crippled legs. The three of them go on laughing and chatting till midnight, but finally goodbyes have to be said.
Of course I'll come again.
Promise you will. The day after tomorrow, or even tomorrow.
I shall look forward to it.
And he goes into the hall with the other guests.
The car is ready, gentlemen.
The lieutenant gets his own coat because Joseph is busy getting the lieutenant colonel's.
Thank you, Joseph.
But the lieutenant suddenly feels someone helping him into his coat. It is Kekeswalder.
Oh, no, sir, please. It's all right. I can manage.
You don't know how happy it makes me to hear her laugh. It was just like the old days before she...
Shall we be off then, Lieutenant?
Kekeswalder does not want to go on talking when the lieutenant colonel is there. But his hand touches Lieutenant Hofmiller's arm, and in the shy little gesture, there is a whole wealth of gratitude and tenderness. So as the lieutenant follows his superior officer to the car, he has to be careful no one notices how moved he is. In the next few weeks, he spent almost every evening up at the castle. It was a pleasant habit to get into. He was spoiled, perhaps dangerously so. It was an exciting experience for a 25-year-old man who had passed all his life since boyhood in one garrison after another.
I had found a real home at last. A place where I was treated just like one of the family.
This is the book I was telling you about.
But...
Go on. Take it with you when you go. Now sit down in your chair.
My chair? It was always placed near Edith.
I'll see you later, then.
Yes, all right, Ilona.
At the beginning, it had been Ilona who had captivated me. But now I was far more delighted to see a smile on Edith's face, to receive a flash of gratitude from those grey eyes.
You will come again tomorrow? I hope you're not angry because of all those silly things I've been saying. You know how glad I am when you come here.
These are strange and tender emotions, but dangerous emotions as well. Because a relationship between a healthy person and a sick one, between a free man and a prisoner, cannot be a balanced relationship. Somebody who has been unfortunate is easily hurt, and continual pain makes a person unjust.
Wait a moment. I'll put your cup nearer to you.
Must you go on reminding me I'm a cripple?
But Edith, dear.
And gradually, to his own surprise, he became aware of the effect these words of his had on her. He had only to say...
But Edith, dear.
And the ill-tempered line between her brows would disappear. She would look down. She would blush.
It's raining. You can't go back yet.
I've just sent for the chauffeur. He'll take the lieutenant home.
Oh, no, really,
It's the least we can do.
It's a very comfortable car.
Would you stop in the square, please?
It would never do if a mere lieutenant should be driven up to the barracks by a chauffeur in full livery and actually helped out of the car like an archduke.
Perhaps my friends are still in the cafe.
He hasn't been at their regular table for a week. The front room of the cafe is already in darkness, but in the billiard room at the back, lights are still burning under green shades. And there his friends still are, Lieutenant Ference, Lieutenant Yotzi, and the regimental doctor.
Hello, Tony. You honor our sordid table with your presence.
Coffee for me, please, Grossmeyer. Oh, it's new.
Well, the best bit of news is that you've deigned to put in an appearance at last. Look, Tony's got his best uniform on, and he's wearing patent leather shoes in this weather. Oh, it's supposed to be pretty good up at the Baron's place. 5-course meal every night, so our friend the chemist says. Caviar, champagne. It's a bit different from the stuff we've had to put up with. You know, Tony, we'd underestimated you. I must say you might spare a thought for us. You might just drop a word in the old man's ear, you know. I've got a couple of friends I'd like to introduce you to. I hope at least you've brought back some cigars.
No, I haven't. Still, have a cigarette.
He takes out his cigarette case without thinking. It had been his 25th birthday the day before, and the two girls had found out. So when he had picked up his napkin at dinner, he had felt something heavy inside. It was a gold cigarette case.
Well, look at that, Yotzi. Real gold.
Oh, I'm
Look at this. There's an inscription. To our dear friend Anton Hofmiller, with many happy returns of the day from Ilona and Edith.
You've only got a box of matches from me. Would you care for another game of cards?
Oh, do you hear that? He wants another game at 12:30 when the plate is closing up.
The rich don't worry about time.
Of course, his friends hadn't meant it unkindly, but something had been destroyed in him. His confidence.
Up till now, I'd thought I was going to the castle to give and to help. Yotz and the others take it for granted I'm a parasite. I oughtn't to have accepted that gold cigarette case.
Nor the silk scarf.
An officer oughtn't to allow expensive cigars to be slipped into his pocket at the end of an evening.
What about the horse?
God, I must speak to the Baron tomorrow. I'd forgotten he'd said something about lending me a horse.
That chestnut mare of yours now, Lieutenant.
Which, of course, I'm still paying for.
It's not a very good horse, is it?
He's right, of course. But I can't let him lend me a 3-year-old out of his own stable.
Now, this is a beautiful horse. You could win any race you liked with this one.
He said lend. And I know what that means. He wants to buy me the way he's bought Ilona. He's promised her a dowry if she'd nurse his daughter for him. He's paying cash down for my pity. And I hadn't noticed how I was turning into a complete parasite.
He has forgotten how the old man touched his sleeve in the hall that night. How he smiles each time he comes into the room.
A complete parasite.
He has forgotten the obvious sincerity of the two girls.
Well, I shan't go up there tomorrow.
Why didn't you come yesterday? There must have been a good reason for keeping us waiting all day. Otherwise, you'd have rung us up.
Oh, of course I would have done, only we had an inspecting officer down, and then I'd hoped to get away at 5, but the colonel wanted me to put a new horse through its paces for him.
Oh? Did the colonel like this horse?
Well, I don't know whether he...
That's enough of these lies. There was no inspection yesterday. At 4:30, you were in the cafe. And they certainly didn't bring the colonel's new horse in there for you to look at. At 6, you were still there, playing cards. Our chauffeur saw you. I'd sent him to find out where you were. I thought you must be ill. You would have telephoned. Now you're saying to yourself that I'm on edge. Well, I can't bear to be kept waiting. That's why I sent the chauffeur. I'm not ashamed to tell you all this, yet you think up all sorts of stupid lies.
Edith, my dear, it was just... Look, let me explain.
No, I don't want to hear any more of your lies. Why didn't you just say, I don't want to come yesterday? I don't want any sacrifices. I don't want you to feel you have to come up here and give me 2 hours of your pity every day. If you want to come, then come. And if you don't, then stay away. But don't make up ridiculous stories about inspections and new horses. Now, let's close the subject. Give me a cigarette.
The lieutenant's hands are usually firm and steady, but now he gropes uncertainly for a cigarette, and his hands tremble as he tries to light a match.
What's the matter? Why are you trembling like that? How could my silly outburst have moved you? Papa's right. You are a remarkable man.
The door opens softly and Kekkersvalver comes in. He might have heard the last few remarks, or perhaps it is just the usual shy and guilty way he approaches his daughter.
I should like a word with you, Lieutenant, if you please. You don't mind, my dear, if I take your guest away from you for a moment?
I have no claim on the lieutenant.
I'll say good night, then.
We'll go to my study. That is, if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. I should be honored.
Sit down, Lieutenant. Sit down, please. I have a great favor to ask of you. I know I've got absolutely no right to trouble you. You hardly know my family. You can refuse, of course.
He has taken his glasses off. Without them, he seems naked and defenseless.
But I've trusted you right from the start. You were a good person. You were considerate.
Oh,
Yes, you are. When you're as old as I am, you have only to glance at somebody and you know him through and through. But I didn't ask you whether you'd be willing to listen to my request. Would you?
But of course.
Thank you. Do you know how this happened to Edith 5 years ago?
No.
My wife had been dead for some time. Perhaps it was fortunate. She would never have been able to bear it. Of course, I didn't know that it would last this long. Think how much we all respect doctors these days. Almost every day you read in the paper some new miracle they can do. So, of course, you don't doubt that they can do the simplest thing possible. Cure a child who's born healthy and who has always been healthy. I never believed that God would permanently harm an innocent creature.
You've tried every kind of medical advice, I suppose.
Of course, we would travel miles to see any famous doctor. They've tried this and that. They've said there's hope. They've taken their money and gone away again. And everything's stayed exactly the same. Well, there has been an improvement, I must admit, but no one has been able to cure her completely. Only one has really persevered with her. Dr. Condor. Perhaps you've heard of him. You were in Vienna for some time, weren't you?
Yes, but I haven't heard of him.
I can't tell you whether he's a better doctor than all the others, but I do know that he is a better human being. He's got a burning desire to be stronger than disease, and not because of ambition like the others, not to get rich or get a title.
The old man has become very excited. His eyes, still unprotected by his glasses, have taken on a gleam of violent enthusiasm.
He's a marvelous man, I tell you. He once undertook a case where he wasn't successful. He'd promised that he would save the sight of a woman who was going blind. And when she did eventually go blind, he married her. Think of that. A young man marrying a blind woman 7 years older than himself. Oh, she wasn't beautiful. She was penniless, neurotic. She'd been nothing but a burden to him. You can see what sort of a man he is, and how fortunate I am to have found somebody like him. He will help her if anybody can. And pray God he can.
The old man joins his hands together as though in prayer.
Now, Lieutenant, this is the favor I want to ask you. It's just because Dr. Condor is such a good man that I feel anxious. I'm always afraid that he considers my feelings and therefore won't tell me the whole truth. I am old now and none too well myself. I must know if I shall live to see my daughter walk again, completely cured. I must know that. I can't go on with this uncertainty.
He stands up and crosses to the window. The lieutenant knows this movement now. When Kekosvalva feels tears coming into his eyes, he turns away quickly. He doesn't want pity any more than his daughter does.
Forgive me, I didn't intend to say as much as that. Yes, Dr. Condor arrives tomorrow from Vienna. He will examine Edith about midday and leave by the night express. I thought it would be a good idea if you were to ask him, quite casually, as a stranger, someone quite disinterested, whether she will ever be completely cured, and how long he thinks this will take. I don't think he would lie to you. He doesn't need to spare your feelings, but naturally, you mustn't let him know that I've spoken to you. Will you? Will you do this for me?
Yes, sir. I promise you I'll do that for you.
I knew you would. The first time you came back here and was so nice to Edith after... Well, you know, I felt straight away that there was someone who'd understand. And if ever I can do something for you... No, don't misunderstand me. I don't mean anything material. I just mean that I have good contacts. I know a number of people in the various ministries, in the Ministry of War, for example. And it's always useful nowadays if you've someone you can count on. And you never can tell. There might be a time when, you know...
Kekosvalva has not once glanced at the lieutenant while he has been talking. Now he looks up, slightly exhausted, and puts his glasses on again with trembling fingers.
Oh, perhaps you'd better go back. Otherwise, Edith might guess we've been... Since she's been ill, she's become far more acute than normal people. From her room, she knows everything that goes on in the entire house. She guesses what you are thinking before you've spoken it. Therefore, I must suggest we go back before she starts suspecting something.
It is difficult to describe how moved I was by this conversation. That the Baron should have chosen me out of all his friends and acquaintances pleased me more than any congratulations or praise I'd ever received. But my pleasure was mixed with guilt when I realized how thoughtless I had been. How could I have gone on coming to this house week after week without asking the obvious question, will she always be crippled like this? I didn't once think of asking her father or Ilona, and now I too was worried by the same question that had been tormenting the Baron for years. Can this Dr. Condor really release Edith from her suffering? Will she ever run upstairs again, chasing her own laughter, happy and carefree? How fine it would be to gallop over the fields with her. One evening I'd be able to bow and say, "May I have this dance?" And she'd nod, looking at me with those grey, inquiring eyes.
I should be delighted, Lieutenant.
And we'd spin over the floor that would mirror our dance. I impatiently counted the hours till I could speak to Dr. Condor and learn the truth.
Dr. Condor was a disappointment. A thick-set little man, short-sighted and bald-headed, wearing a crumpled grey suit dusty with cigarette ash. His eyes looked rather dull behind cheap-looking steel pince-nez. At the end of the evening, the lieutenant found no difficulty in leaving the castle with him.
No, please don't order the car, Baron. I'd really prefer to walk. I need some fresh air. I spent the entire morning in the hospital and then caught the train to come here. And of course, I won't take the lieutenant with me.
No, really, I ought to be off. I'm on duty very early tomorrow.
Well, if it's all the same to you, we'll walk. You know, our host ought to get more sleep than he does.
A full moon stood in the sky, a polished coin of silver in the starless night. Their feet crunched on the frozen gravel. Condor didn't break the silence until they had shut the garden gate behind them.
Poor Kekosfalfa. Perhaps I was a little short with him, but he'd have kept me there for hours if he could, asking me 100 different things, or rather the same thing 100 different times. And I simply couldn't stand any more. You expect questions and complaints the whole time from your patients, and you've got a stock of comforting phrases for them, just as you've got sleeping tablets or painkiller. But no one makes life so impossible as relations who always want to know the truth. I have explained over and over again that I've got a very serious case at the moment in Vienna, a matter literally of life and death. Yet he telephones every day and insists on speaking to me personally, trying to wrench some hope out of me by force.
Forgive me, Doctor, but I would like to ask you something, if I may. You know the case better than anybody. Is Edith's paralysis incurable or not?
Condor looked up sharply. The lieutenant had to lower his eyes. Had the doctor suspected Kekosfalva's request?
It always comes to this in the end, doesn't it? Curable or incurable? For me, there is no such thing as an incurable disease. There are only diseases that aren't curable now. 3 months before I took my degree, my father died. He'd been in constant pain for years, diabetes. Now, just listen. A few days ago, I was at a conference, and we heard a lecture about some experiments that are being carried out in America and elsewhere, and apparently with very satisfactory results. So within a decade, it is hoped we will be able to cure diabetes, or at least to keep it in check. Now, do you think I'd go on plaguing Edith with new methods all the time if I didn't hope to cure her eventually?
So you believe she'll get better? Which means you must have already noticed a certain improvement.
Nonsense. Have you noticed any? You've known her for a few weeks. Remember, I've known her for 5 years.
But the Baron described...
Don't you know how cunning doctors are? When we haven't the faintest idea what to do, we keep the patient occupied. Unfortunately, nature becomes our accomplice and deceives the patient as well.
But I've seen myself how well she can walk now thanks to your electric bars.
No, they helped me, not Edith. I needed them at the time simply to keep the old man patient. I had to gain time. Her father thinks I can work miracles, and you yourself question me now as if I knew all the answers.
But, Doctor,
You're shocked. Well, I'm sorry. Medicine's got nothing to do with morals. Every disease is itself a revolt against the natural order. Therefore, you are justified in using any means you choose to fight it, any means at all. You must feel no pity for the patient, because the patient is an outrage against nature, and you've got to reinstate nature against the patient's own will. Perhaps I'll find the correct method by chance. Perhaps I'll merely gain time until the correct method is found. I need time and I need new ideas. That isn't easy, I assure you. I've been having to find new tunes to play for 5 years now. I'm afraid it's time for me to be off.
On the dark horizon over the houses, a streak of lightning flashed.
The heavens answer us, you see. We're in for a storm. Come with me for a little way, will you?
Yes, of course I will.
I don't want you to think that I've given the case up. On the contrary, I'd willingly go through another 5 years. As a matter of fact, I've just read about a colleague of mine in Paris who succeeded in curing completely a 14-year-old boy who was paralyzed for 2 years. And it seems this Professor Virno only took 4 months to do it. Of course, I've written to him and asked for details. Perhaps there is a possibility there. I say perhaps. Anyway, I've probably said too much.
Do you mean...
I mean nothing. I know nothing. I promise nothing. Thank you for your company. You'd better go back quickly, otherwise you'll get soaked.
And without shaking hands with the lieutenant, the doctor hurried away into the station, visibly annoyed. Condor's prophecy was correct. There was going to be a storm. The lieutenant hurried through the small park that lay between the station and the barracks. He had almost reached the gates when, in the bright second of a lightning flash, appeared the figure of the old man, bareheaded, his gold spectacles gleaming.
Baron, what in heaven's name are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to bed?
No, I couldn't sleep. I wanted to...
But you must go home quickly. The storm's going to break any moment. Isn't your chauffeur here?
Yes, over there.
Well, hurry. If he drives quickly, you'll be home in time. Now, come on.
Yes, I'll come, but first tell me, what did he say?
Well, what did who say?
Dr. Condor. You asked him?
Oh, yes, tomorrow. I'll tell you tomorrow everything he said, every word. Now, please, come to your car.
But the old man staggered like a drunken man and collapsed on the bench. The wind drove the leaves over the path and blew them up into their faces. The old man did not notice. For him, the clouds and the rain did not exist.
Tell me, please, what did he say?
The only thing on earth that mattered to him was whether his child would get better or not.
How could I have made myself tell him the truth? That, in fact, Condor knew nothing yet. He sat by me trembling, stuttering with excitement and weakness. He just wanted some hope to cling to. So I told him the few reassuring things I'd heard from Condor about the new cure which Professor Virno had tried in Paris with great success. And immediately I noticed how he pulled himself together. I oughtn't to have said anything more, but the pity I felt for him made me go on saying what I had no right to say.
Does he really believe that? Did he really say that?
And in his weakness and impatience, the lieutenant replied yes to every question.
I felt his confidence grow with every word I spoke, and for the first and last time in my life, I felt something of the intoxicating pleasure of creating comfort.
Do you really think so?
Yes, I do. Really.
Neither of them paid any attention to the blue flashes of lightning nor to the roar of the thunder. They sat there close together, talking, then listening, talking, listening, outbidding one another in their fantasies.
Yes, she'll get better. She'll be completely cured, and soon completely cured.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Then the gust of wind that announced the real storm swept past them, and they were enveloped in a swirling cloud of dust.
Now you must go home.
They ran to the waiting car. The chauffeur helped the old man get in. But just as the lieutenant was arranging the rugs over the old man's knees, he grasped the lieutenant's hands before he could be stopped, and the old man kissed the right hand, then the left, over and over again.
Until tomorrow, then.
And the car roared away as if driven by the ice-cold fury of the wind. On the next day, he didn't realize what he had done. He didn't grasp how far his pity had led him on. And so he was surprised by the sense of joy, the dizzy happiness that was waiting for him up at the castle.
At last. I've been waiting for you all day. Now, quickly, tell me everything, and in detail. Papa was so confused. Do you know, he came and woke me up in the middle of the night. You ought to have seen him. He was laughing. It was so good just to hear him laugh with happiness. Then Elona arrived.
Yes, and we laughed and talked till it was dawn.
Now tell me, what is this new cure?
He stood appalled. What had Condor said? What could he himself have said? What was it that pity had forced out of him to make this house bright with gaiety again, a distracted man feel young again, and a suffering girl think she was well.
What's the matter? Why are you hesitating? What did Dr. Condor tell you?
You know already. It's very good news.
But when will he begin? How long does the treatment last?
There's no definite time limit. Dr. Condor only spoke in general terms about the method. He doesn't know yet. I mean, no two cases can ever be quite the same.
You don't know him. He's terribly cautious. But if he only promises something in the most general terms, you can bank on it absolutely. Oh, you just can't imagine how I feel.
Edith was transformed, but the lieutenant was confused and worried by what he had done, and yet at the same time pleased to have done it. As in a dream, he walked back to the barracks. Seeing his batman, he smiled at him and gave him a crown before he'd had time to open his mouth.
Oh, thank you, sir. Well, there's a telegram come for you.
He tore it open with unwilling fingers. There were very few words in it.
Summoned to K. Stop. Essential, I see you first. Stop. Expect you 5:10 station. Condor.
I'm glad you're punctual. Well, I'll get straight to the matter.
Dr. Condor pushed the lieutenant before him into the first-class waiting room. The room was empty now the Vienna Express had gone.
Now, sit down. The day before yesterday, I got a telegram. Dear friend, please come most urgently. Expect you most impatiently. Sincerely grateful, Kekeswalder. Then yesterday, a long, long letter from Edith arrived. She couldn't say how happy she was, how much she trusted me. She assured me she would obey me utterly in every way once the new cure had begun. Now, at those words, the new cure, it dawned on me what had happened. You must have talked. Now, please don't deny this. I had spoken to no one else about Professor Bureau's methods. It must be on your conscience that they all believe up there that Edith will be cured in 6 months. However, I didn't ask you to come here to accuse you, but to... Well, what I've got to tell you will give you an unpleasant shock. I received Bureau's answer yesterday morning by the same post as Edith's enthusiastic letter. Unfortunately, his method is not applicable in Edith's case. So now you see where things stand. You have driven the girl mad with hope.
The lieutenant felt his hands grow cold. He recognized that Condor was right, but he instinctively felt the need to defend himself.
But I only did it with the best
out of
intent.
pity. Yes, I know. But pity is a two-edged sword. Anyone who doesn't know how to use it should leave it alone. Never let your heart be involved in an affair like this. Pity isn't a medicine. You can see yourself what you've done. I must go and tell them the truth. And truth is a bitter medicine.
But wouldn't it be better...
Well?
I just mean better to wait a little.
Wait?
Well, at least for a few days. You can't imagine how the mere mention of the new cure has affected her. If you can only leave her in this frame of mind for a little, just let her believe this new cure is going to work. Then she'd have such inner strength. I really thought yesterday she was moving better already.
You know, Lieutenant, you're quite a psychologist. Yes, you could do that easily. I could send her to the Engadine, where there's a doctor who's a friend of mine. We could let her think it was the new cure, whereas in actual fact it would be the old one. And certainly at first she would make great progress. But as a doctor, I must think not only of the beginning, but of the continuation. And above all, of the end.
But you yourself have just implied there would be a substantial improvement.
At first, yes. But what then? What will happen when she finds she's been deliberately deceived? No. Never postpone telling the truth. Would you have the courage in my place?
Yes. I wouldn't tell her the true facts of the situation until she had made that initial improvement.
She'll have to know the truth sometime, and her disillusionment will be 100 times more dangerous. In fact, the shock might be greater than she could bear. This could endanger her life, Lieutenant. Will you accept such a responsibility?
Yes, I will. I'm absolutely convinced that it will help Edith immeasurably if she can be made to believe in an eventual cure, just for the time being. If it becomes necessary to explain that I perhaps promised too much, then I will take it upon myself to break the news to her, and I know she will understand.
Well, if you take on the responsibility of making Edith accept reality again and of preventing her having a setback, I think we can risk postponing the truth. But I warn you, Immense strength is needed to revive and console someone you've deceived. Can I rely on you to stand by me unconditionally?
Unconditionally.
Good. Then I shall advise her to try a cure in the Engadine, but I shall explain that Virnow's method is in no way proven, and that neither she nor her father must expect a miracle to happen. If in spite of that, they insist on putting all their faith on a cure, then it is up to you to clarify matters. Well, that settles it, then. It's time I was going.
3 hours later, the lieutenant found a note on his table. It had been left for him by the chauffeur.
Dear Anton, come tomorrow as early as you can. I've got so much to tell you. Dr. Condor has just been here. I am to leave with him in 10 days. I cannot tell you how happy I am. Edith.
Everything went according to plan, as by now the lieutenant rather feared it would. An enthusiastic welcome greeted him the moment he entered the garden.
Why are you bringing me all those flowers? I'm not a prima donna.
Oh, aren't they lovely?
Well, we're off to the Engadine in 10 days' time. I'd always known that those electric baths and massages were no use. But now you'll see. Why don't you say anything? You just sit there looking stupid. Sorry, looking shocked. Just like the day before yesterday. Ilona, please put those flowers in water.
Yes, my dear.
Now, won't you be happy like me?
Of course. I'm terribly happy for you.
You don't show it much.
But, dear child...
Don't always call me that. You aren't all that much older than I am. But why shouldn't you be happy? You're getting a few months off now we're closing up here, so you're free of your boring Good Samaritan duties for a while. Oh, you must be looking forward to it.
Do you really think that? July, August, and September are the worst months for us in the cavalry. It's our busiest time. Nothing but maneuvers and parades. You're on duty from morning till night, right to the middle of September.
When will you come and see me, then?
Where?
Don't be silly. Where do you think?
In the Engadine.
Where else?
Oh, I'd like to see my colonel's face when I ask him politely for a few days off in the middle of the summer maneuvers, just to go to Switzerland. And you'd hear 1 or 2 words that aren't in the dictionary.
You can think of an excuse. Papa will arrange it for you. He knows plenty of people in the Ministry of War.
Oh, then he must also persuade the ministry to give me a travel grant.
What do you mean?
How much do you think a journey like that would cost?
Not very much. A few 100 crowns at the most.
Do you know what a lieutenant gets? Have you ever thought? 200 crowns a month. And he's got to live as best as he can with that.
And you buy me such expensive flowers? You mustn't spare another thought about what it costs. Of course you will be our guest. Let's not mention the subject again.
I must just say something else. We don't want any misunderstandings between us. I know you and your father mean well, but I will not allow him to get me any leave from my regiment.
Then you don't want to come?
I didn't say that. I simply told you the reason why I can't come.
Even if I asked you most sincerely.
Please don't ask me. It wouldn't be any use.
Good. Now I know how sincere your friendship is. I'm glad. Just tell me, though, why do you come up here at all?
Well, that's obvious.
Obvious? Oh, better come up here than be at a loose end.
Edith, dear, I can't say anything else but that I come up here because I like seeing you and because I feel so much happier here than anywhere else in the world. When you and I talk,
Well,
perhaps you'll think I'm being a bit presumptuous, but I have the impression that you like my being with you. When I see you, I feel...
What do you feel?
That there's someone to whom I'm not entirely unimportant. Of course, I know I'm a pretty ordinary sort of person, but then I remember how you sit alone up here, and perhaps you're glad if someone comes and sees you. Can you understand this?
Yes, I understand. I understand very well. You come here out of pity. Thank you very much. I don't want a friend who's only interested in me as a cripple. Don't look so shocked. Of course you're hurt when someone tells you the truth. Thank you for sacrificing so much of your time to me. Well, I don't need you. I don't need anybody. I'm sort of finished with it all anyway. Look, do you see this scar? I tried it once, but the scissors were blunt. But I missed the artery. This knife is better. I'd rather die than have your pity.
Edith!
Get away. How dare you touch me? Let go. Let go, I say.
But when he didn't obey, she twisted her body and pushed him away from her.
Get away from me.
The effort made her lose her balance, and to try to stop herself, she grabbed the table. The lieutenant tried to catch hold of her.
Edith! Edith!
But they fell together, and the cups and plates fell and shattered all round them. The lieutenant bent over her, and her hands suddenly clasped his head and pulled his mouth down to hers. She kissed him, greedily, desperately, and clutched him to her. Once she let go of him for a moment and looked into his eyes. Then once more she kissed him on the cheeks, the forehead, the eyes.
You silly idiot. You fool. You fool.
Suddenly she let go of him. Her head fell back onto the stone, and her eyes glowed in triumph.
Now go away. You idiot. You silly idiot.
They heard steps. Was it Ilona, they wondered? Or had Joseph heard the noise of the crash? Terrified of meeting anyone, the lieutenant rushed through the garden. And for the second time, he was a fugitive, fleeing like a thief from this fateful house.
For heaven's sake, what are those silly asses playing at? Back! Get back and reform!
Colonel Bougainville, the commandant of the regiment, is bellowing across the parade ground. 2 columns have charged into each other, one of which is commanded by Lieutenant Hofmüller, who has given a wrong order. Now he has to answer for the confusion, and as he gallops up to the colonel, he can feel Edith's letter rustling inside his tunic. It had arrived shortly before they had set out for this morning's exercise.
Lieutenant Hofmüller.
Dearest one, I don't want to go on living unless I can love you.
He salutes the colonel.
Sir?
Just give me some sign that you love me in return.
Have you gone out of your mind, Lieutenant?
This has all happened against my will.
I've never seen such a gullible mess.
I want to get well again for your sake.
Never in my whole life.
If you believe in me, I shall no longer be a cripple.
Just pull yourself together, man.
I think of you every moment of the day.
Haven't you got any sense at all?
Forgive me for loving you, my dearest.
The lieutenant stands immobile at the salute.
I will not permit an officer of mine to give such a bloody silly order. I don't want to see your damn face again today. Come and report to me tomorrow at noon.
Then, with the sudden brutality of a kick...
Dismiss!
I'll give everything up. Everything. I'll leave the army. I want to get away, even from them, in their dismal castle.
The lieutenant still thinks he wants to get away, even though, while he sits in the Vienna Express, he can't get Edith's passionate letter out of his mind.
I implore you, my darling, don't be angry with me.
I want to get away.
He thinks he does, even when giving the address to the cab driver.
Dr. Emmerich Condor, Floriangasse 97 in the 8th.
And the cab rolls through the streets of Vienna.
Yes, this is where Dr. Condor lives, but he's not at home. He's gone out to Meidling. But he told Madam he'd be back for dinner. Please come in and wait. You can sit in here.
The lieutenant looks round the room. The furniture is shabby. He thumbs through the tattered papers, stands up, sits down. 7:10. 7:15. A child cries in the courtyard. A battle organ starts up in the street. 7:25. 7:35.
Where can he be?
At last the door opens and Condor comes in.
To what do I owe this visit, Lieutenant? Aren't things going according to plan?
Read this letter.
I have begun this letter 6 times and then torn it up. I didn't dare to betray my feelings. But now you know. I am in love with you.
What a fool I was not to have foreseen this. It's a mistake I've made before. To think only of the disease and not of the patient.
Now you know that the only reason I want to be cured is for your sake. Forgive this love, my dearest one. And I ask only one thing of you. Don't be afraid of me.
Poor child.
Don't think I want to be yours yet. Not while I'm ill and ugly. I'm going to wait patiently until God has mercy on me and cures me. You have shown pity for me the way no one else has in the world.
Oh, God, what have we done? Now she won't be satisfied with a slight improvement. She must be completely cured.
Just send me a note or just a sheet of paper with your name on it, or a flower. Some sign that I don't disgust you, that you don't completely reject me. I don't want to go on living unless you let me love you.
This is an extremely dangerous situation.
I agree. You must write to her at once. You must say...
What must I say?
Well, that this infatuation is childish. It's insane. You must explain to her.
Explain what? Explain she oughtn't to be in love? Should I say, you're ill, you're crippled, you haven't the right to be in love?
No, but I can't say that to her.
No, of course you can't, neither can I. The poor child must never know that you find her love unbearable. You must never let her suspect it in your slightest gesture or word.
But somebody must explain to her.
Explain what?
I mean, that it's hopeless, completely absurd, so that she... When I...
Lieutenant, you didn't come here simply to show me this letter. Either say what you have to say clearly and comprehensibly, or I must ask you to leave.
The little doctor's spectacles glinted accusingly. The lieutenant looked at the floor.
I don't find your silence very comforting. Perhaps you intend to break off your so-called friendship as a result of this letter. Or perhaps some event that made her write it. Do you want to shake them off? Now, when you've turned her head with your pity? You know what that would be, don't you?
The lieutenant was silent.
It'd be cowardice. Cowardice, do you hear? Come now, don't draw yourself up and take offense like that. We'll leave your military code of honor out of this. More important things are at stake than my calling you a coward. We are talking about a young person for whom I am responsible, so I won't be polite. I repeat, it'd be cowardice or even murder. Edith is very sensitive and very proud. How do you imagine she would take it if the first time she offers herself to a man, he answers her by running away? It'd be murder. And what is worse, premeditated murder.
But, Doctor, what ought I to do? What can I do? How can I behave as though I was encouraging her? I mean, it's madness. I wouldn't be able to keep it up, and I won't try. I won't. I couldn't.
Keep your voice down, for heaven's sake, and sit down again. Now, let's take things one at a time. Of course you're horrified when a passionate confession of love has been made to you, and you don't reciprocate her love. But I must ask you whether, in this case, is it Edith being a cripple that revolts you?
No. Oh, no.
Good. Then I could only assume, may I speak frankly?
Of course.
Well, that you are horrified, not because of the idea itself, but because of the consequences.
How do you mean?
I mean that you are afraid that others will get to know of your love and laugh at it. So you are afraid of being a laughingstock.
The lieutenant said nothing. Condor had read his heart. This was, in fact, why he had kept his relationship with Edith secret, why he had never breathed a word of it to any of his brother officers, and why occasionally he had felt ashamed of it himself.
No need to feel ashamed. I understand better than anybody what it's like to be afraid of people once you do something out of the ordinary. But believe me, it's rewarding to take on something very hard and difficult if you're saving another human being by doing so.
I'm not strong enough. Don't count on me. You must help Edith. I can't. It's better you know now, so you won't be disappointed later on. Don't count on me.
I want to know the whole truth. Have you taken some definite step? Have you done something irrevocable?
Read this.
What is it?
My letter of resignation. I'm leaving the army.
Condor read it slowly and then folded the sheet of paper up carefully without speaking.
This letter would mean that you left the district.
Yes.
And didn't come back.
Yes.
So it isn't only a letter of resignation, but also a death sentence. A death sentence for Edith. You realize this, of course. I've asked you once, and I shall ask you again. Do you take the full responsibility on your conscience?
The lieutenant said nothing. The doctor moved across to him and held out the sheet of paper. The lieutenant turned away and put his hands behind his back.
May I tear it up?
Yes.
I think we have prevented a tragedy. And now to business. I must say I'm grateful for this opportunity to get to know you, but I'm unhappy about the way you make decisions so quickly and then as quickly give them up again. But don't do anything sudden from now till Edith goes to the Engadine. And above all, don't let her guess from anything you say or do how this love of hers disturbs you. I don't think this is a difficult request. 7 days of self-control to save a girl's life. Will you do it?
Of course I'll do it.
And if something should crop up, I mean, if your strength fails or if Edith suspects and loses her confidence, you may send for me at any hour of the day or night. I'll know what it's about. And now I must go to my wife, otherwise she'll worry. Even after so many years, I must be careful never to offend her. Somebody who's been hurt by fate once can so easily be hurt again.
The doctor stood up and put his hand on the young man's shoulder.
I'm glad you came to me and didn't just run away from her. After all, you can run away from anything, but you can't run away from yourself. Goodbye.
Later that night, the lieutenant reached the barracks. He made his way along the empty passages, dead tired and with a bad headache. Near his room, he almost fell over his batman, who was huddled up outside the door, fast asleep.
Lieutenant Hoffmüller, sir. There's someone to see you.
Baron! At last, Lieutenant, at last. Where have you been? We've had the most terrible day. Forgive my coming here, but...
What's happened? Is Edith...
She won't go. She won't try the new cure. But why? She says she won't be tortured any longer. She won't be lied to anymore. She won't be cured. Do you know why? She says, I want to remain a cripple. There's no point in my getting better because he feels nothing but pity for me.
Now he had said it, and there was silence in the room. Then the old man moved suddenly and awkwardly. He lurched out of his chair to his knees, and as the lieutenant hurried to help him up, the old man took his hands in his.
You must help her. You're the only one who can. Be merciful. She might do something violent to herself. She tried it twice already. You're the only one who can save her.
But of course, sir, if you want, we'll go to the castle straight away and I'll try to persuade her. But tell me what I'm to say to her, what I'm to do.
What you're to do? But don't you really understand? She offered herself to you. She wrote to you and you didn't answer. Oh, why are you so heartless? Is she really so unattractive? Is the whole thing unthinkable? You'd have everything a man could wish for. I'm old and sick. Everything that I possess will be yours. All I want is for her to have somebody when I am gone.
Baron, I swear to you, no one could be fonder of your daughter than I am. It's just that... it's pointless if I say anything today. At the moment, the only thing that's important is that she should be cured.
But then when she is cured...
The lieutenant sensed danger. If he promised anything now, he was committed. But in the same moment, it occurred to him that her hopes were based on deception.
Yes, when she's cured, of course. Then I should come to her myself.
May I tell her that?
Once again, the lieutenant sensed danger, but he no longer had the strength to withstand Kekasvalva's pleading.
Yes. You can tell her.
Ah, sir. Please come into the drawing room. Miss Edith is expecting you.
Thank you. You have saved Edith's life. Oh, now, come quickly. I can't tell you how impatiently she's waiting for you.
I'm so glad you are here. You'll be amazed at the way she's transformed. I haven't seen her so serene, so cheerful since she's been ill. It's a miracle, a real miracle.
At last. At last. You're here. No, don't say anything. You're here. Now I want to be cured. I want to be well again. For your sake. For you, my dearest.
They sat down to dinner. The silver gleamed in the candlelight, and the flowers lifted from their vases like so many colored flames. The glitter of the crystal chandeliers was thrown from mirror to mirror. The old man sat upright at the head of the table. Never had Edith and Ilona seemed younger. The fruit glowed in the bowls. The footman filled the glasses with champagne.
Edith, may I drink your health?
Yes, my health. I want my health back for your sake.
We must all pray for
The old man stood up. He could hardly speak. The lieutenant went round the table and embraced him. Then he saw Edith looking at him with her great grey eyes. He saw her lips parted. He bent over her quickly and kissed her on the mouth.
This was the betrothal. I hadn't kissed her out of pity. The whole moment moved me so much that I had done so without thinking, without intending it. Suddenly I felt Edith's hand on mine.
Let me have your hand for a minute.
I felt something cool and smooth on my finger.
Something for you to remember me by when I'm away.
I didn't even look at the ring. I took her hand and kissed it. On that evening, I had created a human being. I was God. On my left sat an old man whom I had brought back from death. He was almost youthful again, gratefully aware of the miracle I was performing. Near me sat a girl to whom my kiss had brought paradise. Gone were her fears, the hell in which she had been suffering. Opposite her sat another girl who was more beautiful than she had ever been, for gratitude was shining in her eyes. I was God that evening. I had also got rid of my own fears. My soul was calmer than it had ever been before in my life. It was only when I got up from the table that I began to feel slightly sad. The same sadness God must have felt on the seventh day when his work was done. For it was time for me to go.
If only he had left the house more quickly. But suddenly the hall door flew open. Edith was leaning against the doorpost. She supported herself with her left hand, and with the right she threw the two crutches away.
No one need help me. I can do it alone already. I can come to you by myself.
She pushed herself into a standing position. Looking straight at the lieutenant, she began to walk towards him unsteadily. One step, then another. She was walking.
Come to me.
With her arms wide apart.
One more step. Now. One more.
It was like the proving flight of a bird that had had its wings clipped. She had only 2 more steps to take when she collapsed on the floor at his feet. Ilona, Joseph, and Kekesvalva rushed forward and helped her up. She was sobbing in impotent rage.
This moment tore away my illusion. I was no god. I was a miserable human being. I was weak and full of pity, and my pity was destructive. It was now or never. I should have helped her up, gone after her, sat by her bed. I should have told her lies. I should have praised the way she'd walked and stressed how effective the cure would be. But I hadn't got the strength. I couldn't delude her anymore. I was afraid, suddenly, afraid of this strange misfortune that I couldn't do anything to change. Without thinking what I was doing, I grabbed my cap and sword, and for the third and last time, fled like a criminal from the house.
But where could he go? Not back to the emptiness of his room. He wanted something to drink, something to burn away all his thoughts. The cafe in the main square was still open.
Hello, Tony. Well, this is a great day for you.
Yeah, may I offer my congratulations? For what? Oh, the chemist was here a moment ago. He's heard it all. The old man up at the castle had just telephoned him. So, you're engaged to the lady of the castle?
They all looked at him. He could see from their expressions that they were waiting for him to confirm the rumor. Then they would all roar with laughter.
What a crazy idea.
It isn't true, Tony, is it?
Well, of course not. There's not a word of truth in it.
I said so. I said so, didn't I? That's just one of the chemist's silly lies. I'll tell him a thing or two when I see him tomorrow. How dare he spread gossip about one of us? I knew it all along. I said so.
Oh, it'd have suited the old boy down to the ground to palm the girl off on one of us.
Lieutenant Hofmiller had got engaged at 10 o'clock, and 3 hours later he denied this engagement. His lies were applauded by 7 witnesses. With the engagement ring still on his finger, he sat in the cafe and allowed Kekesvalva to be insulted and Edith to be jeered at. He let his friends call the chemist a liar. He had betrayed a girl whose only fault was in loving him too passionately. Tomorrow, the whole town would know what he had said. It was the end. He had no choice left.
Lieutenant Hoffmiller.
Sir?
This is a new fashion, is it? To wear your overcoat unbuttoned? I won't tolerate sloppy behavior. All my officers must be correctly dressed at all times, even at 2 o'clock in the morning. Understand?
Sir?
Dismiss. I said dismiss. Have you got ears?
I request an interview with you, sir.
At 2 a.m.? It must be an ugly story to be that important. All right, come to my room. We'll settle this easily. Tomorrow I'll send for all 7 before they set foot on the parade ground. And when I've finished with them, God forgive the man who remembers what you said to him. I'll see the chemist separately, explain you were drunk and hadn't the foggiest notion what those 7 chaps were asking you. That's point 1. Point 2. Have you been getting up to something with this girl, eh? Know what I mean?
No, sir.
Right. Well, we're in the clear. Tomorrow you disappear from this place and go to the reserve regiment at Cheslow. I'll write you the order and give you a letter to their CO. What I'll say is no concern of yours. All you've got to do is to disappear. I'll take care of the rest, right? Come here at 5:30 sharp, and I'll give you the letter. Then you're off. Understand?
Sir?
Schaffner, how long does the train stop for?
Only about 5 minutes, sir.
Where's the telegraph office?
Third door on the left, sir.
Telegram form, please.
We won't get there all that quickly. There's so much on the wires today, what with the news and all.
What should he write? Not too many details, that's the main thing.
Edith von Keckerswalder.
Keckerswalder.
Love and greetings called away unexpectedly.
Unexpectedly.
Believe in me no matter what.
No matter what.
Returning soon, writing on arrival, always Anton.
Anton?
Hoffmiller.
He gives the girl the telegram form. She is infuriatingly slow.
23 words. You must put your address on it.
I haven't got one. I'm on the train.
Then you must put down your destination. We must have an address.
Oh, my train's leaving in a minute. Oh, put Cheslow. Yes, the barracks at Cheslow.
He only just catches the train. He is about to ask what the news is when the train moves off. He sinks back on the cushions of his first-class carriage, exhausted after 2 anxious days and 2 sleepless nights. She can't be uneasy now. She must trust him. That evening in Chaslow, it is as much as he can do to climb the stairs to his hotel room. He falls into his sleep as into a gulf. Gradually, out of the darkness, a dream formed.
I can't remember how it began.
He was standing in a room.
I think it was Condor's waiting room.
And suddenly he could hear Edith's crutches tapping rhythmically.
At first it was a long way away.
As if it were out in the street.
Then it came nearer and nearer.
So terrifyingly near at last that it seemed just beyond the door. He woke up sweating with fear.
You wanted on the phone, sir.
On the phone? Where am I? Oh, yes. Cheslow. What's the time?
It's midnight. Do hurry, sir. It's long distance from Vienna.
Oh, run and tell them I'm just coming.
He pulled his overcoat on over his pajamas and ran downstairs. From Vienna. It could only be Condor. The telephone stood in the corner of the reception desk. The porter had the receiver to his ear.
Yeah, quickly, give it to me.
They've rung off.
Hello? Hello?
He couldn't hear anything, just a distant crackling and buzzing.
Hello? Hello?
Nothing. He waited, listened, pressing the instrument to his ear. At last.
Are you through?
No.
Hold the line a moment. I'll try and connect you.
The line hummed and crackled. There was nothing. Suddenly he heard, very far away, but very clear.
Higher command, Prague. Is that the Ministry of War?
No, it isn't. No.
Clear the line. It is essential I speak to the Ministry of War.
Sorry. I tried to connect you, but the lines had to be interrupted. An emergency call. Please hang up now. I'll call you back when the line's free.
Please do. It's very urgent.
You go and wait in your room, sir. I'll come up straight away as soon as the call comes through.
No, I'll wait here. Be on the safe side.
He waited half an hour. He was shivering with disquiet and cold, yet he was sweating. Vienna. What could Condor want? The lieutenant refused to wait a minute longer. He went to the phone furiously.
Hello? Hello? Has my call come through?
Which call?
Vienna. It was from Vienna more than half an hour ago.
I'll inquire. Hold the line a minute, please.
The minute seemed an eternity.
Hello, caller. I can't seem to find out anything yet. If you replace the receiver, I'll ring you back as soon as I know.
A few more minutes. It takes no time for a man to die or for a continent to be plunged in war. The lieutenant was feverish. Every second seemed vital.
Yes, hello?
I've inquired about that call. It's been cancelled.
Cancelled? But why? Why ring me up at 12:30 and 1:30 cancel the call? Something must have happened. I must know.
He was afraid of the time and distance separating him from Condor.
Shall I ring Condor myself? No, not in the middle of the night. His wife would be worried. He probably realized it was late himself, and he'll ring again in the morning.
He nodded to the porter and staggered back to his room. Physically exhausted and yet wide awake in himself, he threw himself down on his bed. He lay there, afraid of each step in the corridor, of every noise in the street. Finally, he fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. He woke up. It was broad daylight. He glanced at his watch.
10:30. I was supposed to report to the CO at 10.
He put on his uniform and rushed downstairs past the porter.
Sir, they...
No, later. I've got to go to the barracks.
But, sir...
The whole garrison was on parade. Just in time, the lieutenant slipped into place beside the chaplain. The general was announced. He came forward slowly and read from a sheet of paper every eye was focused on.
A crime has been committed that has shocked our empire and the whole of the civilized world.
Crime? What crime?
He suddenly noticed he was trembling.
The foul murder...
He started to sweat.
...of our beloved heir to the throne.
The heir's been assassinated? When?
Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his Duchess.
That's what the newsboys were shouting about yesterday in Brünn.
This terrible blow has plunged our royal house into mourning.
He no longer heard what the general was saying.
But the imperial army is...
The words crime and murder struck his heart. Crime, murder. They were Condor's words. Without going to see his CO, he ran back to his hotel. Perhaps there had been a call for him.
Oh, sir, there's a telegram come for you. Huh? It came this morning. I wanted to give it you first thing, but you hurried by me and...
Yes.
I couldn't give it to you.
He tore open the envelope. He didn't understand the message. There was no signature. Then he realized what it was. It was simply an official communication to say that his own telegram, which had been handed in at Brünn Station at 3:58, could not be delivered.
Could not be delivered?
He stared at the words.
A telegram to Edith von Keckerswalfer could not be delivered. But everyone knew her in that little town. Please get me, Vienna. Dr. Condor, Floriangasse 97.
Is it urgent?
Yes, very urgent.
In 20 minutes, he was through. In 5 minutes, he knew everything. Directly after he had left the cafe, his friends had gone round to the chemist's house, woken him up, and accused him of being a liar. The next morning, feeling very angry, the chemist had gone up to the castle and told Keckerswalfer everything, believing he had been misinformed. The two men quarreled violently, and their argument was so loud that Edith heard the whole thing through the open windows. She probably made up her mind then, but she kept on behaving serenely and even cheerfully. She did ask Joseph secretly to get in touch with the barracks and ask when Lieutenant Hofmiller would be back, and whether perhaps he hadn't left a note. The orderly reported that Lieutenant Hofmiller had been posted elsewhere for an indefinite period and hadn't left any sort of message for anybody. This had decided her. In the afternoon, she had herself taken up to the top of the tower. She said it was so that she could look at the landscape before she went away for her cure. At 4:30, the time the lieutenant always used to visit her, and no more than 15 minutes before his telegram arrived, she asked Ilona to go and fetch a certain book. And then she threw herself over the balcony and fell from the tower down onto the courtyard. She was still alive when Condor found her. Still unconscious, she was taken to Vienna in an ambulance. At 8, Condor learned of the lieutenant's whereabouts and tried to get in touch with him. But on that fatal July night in 1914, when the heir to the throne was assassinated, all the telephone lines were commandeered on urgent state business. Condor tried to get through for 4 hours. After midnight, the doctors announced that there was no more hope, and he canceled the call. Edith died half an hour later.
I escaped into the war like a thief into the night. I searched for death, but death eluded me, and I was condemned to go on living.
In Beware of Pity by Stefan Zweig, adapted for radio by Gert Westphal and translated by Harry Guest, the commentator was Simon Lack, Lieutenant Hofmiller David Peel, Baron Keckesfalver George Hagen, Edith Sheila Grant, Dr. Condor Rolf Lefevre, and Ilona June Tobin. Other parts were played by James Thomason, Hilda Schroeder, James Beattie, and members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. The program, which was recorded, was produced by Martin C. Webster.
That was the second hearing of last Saturday's broadcast. Now, our next program follows in a minute and 3/4.
The play is The Golden Deed by Andrew Garth, dramatized for radio by Eileen Cullen.
Crumbs. Mummy? Mummy, will you help me finish blowing up the raft?
Well, just a moment, darling. Wait till I've unpacked the tea things. I will help you, Tony. We'll have to get him a real raft someday. The old airbed's looking pretty tired.
It's a nice raft.
There you are. Is that enough?
Uh-huh.
Oh, say thank you, darling.
Thank you, Kira. Look, Mummy, over there. There's a man here today.
Oh, so there is. Well, never mind. There's plenty of room.
May I go in now, please?
Yes, but be careful. I'm going to sunbathe first. You'll go with him, won't you, Kira? Of course, Mrs. Mellenby. Come along, Tony.
Race you, Kira.
All right. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3.
Keep close to the edge, Tony.
Mrs. Mellenby. Mrs. Mellenby. Mrs. Mellenby, it's Tony. He's rather far out, and I can't make him hear me. What's the matter? Where is he? Oh, God.
I'll soon get you in.
Right. Come on. Help him.
I'll come back for him in a minute now. Stand on your back. Relax. That's right. Now, we're in the shallows. All right?
Oh, Mrs. Mellenby, how dreadful.
Look out. I'll get him, don't worry.
He's a strong swimmer. He will save him, Mrs. Mellenby. He's drowning. The raft sinking. It's all right, Mrs. Mellenby. He's there. He's holding him. Oh, thank God.
Oh, there you are, young man. Don't go frightening your mother again like that.
Tony, haven't I told you over and over again to stay near here?
But, Mommy!
Well, he's learned his lesson.
With the wind, Mommy.
Have some tea, Mrs.
Yeah,
Mellenby.
that's just the thing. Just what you need.
And you, too. You must be absolutely worn out.
I take a lot of wearing out.
I simply don't know how I can ever begin to thank
really,
you.
it was nothing. I'm glad I happened to be around, that's all.
I'm afraid I panicked. You see, I'm not a strong swimmer, and Kira doesn't swim at all. I simply don't know what we should have done without you. Here's the tea.
Ah, thank you. That's splendid.
I honestly thought those last few yards were going to be too much for me.
I rather wondered myself, to tell the truth. The wind blew up so suddenly.
I can't forget it. When I saw the raft overturned.
I'd rest a bit if I were you.
Do please tell me your name.
Oh, if you really want to know, it's Roscoe. Frank Roscoe.
And I'm Sally Mellenby. That awful boy over there is Tony, as you know. This is Kira from Norway. How do you do?
Norway. I've always wanted to go there.
Are you on holiday here?
No, I'm on business of a sort. I'm hoping to find a small farm, just prospecting around, you know. But it looked so good today, I decided to take time off for a few hours on the beach.
Thank goodness you did.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Mellenby, and thanks for the tea. I'll push along now.
Have you far to go?
Oh, no, not really, just a few miles.
Have you a car?
No, I came by bus and walked along the beach.
Then we must take you home.
Oh, don't think of it. I don't want to break up your picnic.
Oh, we're not in the mood for picnics now. At least I'm not.
Oh, well, Tony looks none the worse. That's something.
Where are you staying?
Oh, a little place called Fresney Stoke, near Bath. I'm at a pub there.
But we live in Bath. We'll drop you off on the way. It couldn't be easier.
Oh, it's extremely kind of you. Well, if you're sure it's no trouble, I'll just get my things.
Come along, Tony. We're going home now. Come and help us pack up.
Why are we going home?
What sort of a farm are you looking for, Mr. Roscoe?
Oh, just a few acres for a poultry farm. I'm one of those, redundant army chaps, you know. Too old at 40.
It must be difficult starting all over again. Have you always been in the army?
Yeah, that's the trouble. I don't know anything else. Still, I expect I can learn.
Do you know this part of the country?
No, hardly at all. But a friend of mine recommended it. He said he'd heard the land here was comparatively cheap. I hope he's right.
Well, he may be.
Mummy, can I have a new raft?
Oh, I should think not.
And that's what I call bad timing.
We're coming into Fresney Stoke now. Which is your pub?
The Plough.
Oh.
There it is, just on the left.
Yes.
Very modest, but I'm going carefully. Well, thank you for the lift.
Mr. Roscoe, I know my husband will be very anxious to meet you. Would you come and have dinner with us tomorrow evening?
Oh, it's very kind of you, Mrs. Mellenby, but it really isn't necessary, you know.
Please, Mr. Roscoe, you saved our lives, and you could have lost your own.
All the same.
My husband would never forgive me if he didn't have a chance to thank you himself.
Well, if you put it like that, I'll be very happy to come, of course. Where exactly do you live?
Well, don't worry about that. I'll come and pick you up in the car. I'll be here at 6:30. Will that do?
It'll be fine. I shall look forward to it.
Till tomorrow, then.
Right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Roscoe. What can I get you?
Whiskey, please. Large one. Whiskey. Thank you, sir.
A grand day it's been.
Wonderful.
Did you manage to get your swim?
I did indeed. Have a drink yourself.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll have a light ale.
Lovely bit of country you've got round here.
Very nice, isn't it?
You been here long?
Oh, I've been in this house 20 years.
I wonder if you know some people named Mellenby.
You mean Mr. John Mellenby?
Could be. I met a Mrs. Mellenby today. Dark, very attractive, with a small son.
That's right, sir. Pretty big shots in Bath they are.
Are they?
Oh, yes. Public work, you know. He's president of this and that. Fine people and very well liked. Don't throw their weight about like some.
What does he do for a living?
Mr. Mellenby? Oh, I don't think he does anything now. Don't need to.
Oh, lucky man.
He used to be a lecturer at Bristol. Archaeology or something of the sort. He's interested in antiquities, I know. I wouldn't be surprised if he was one of the richest men in Bath. Got it all from an uncle some little time ago. You can always count on him for a subscription if the cause is good.
He sounds a generous type.
Very generous he is, sir.
I think I'll have another large whiskey, landlord.
In here, Mr. Roscoe. John, darling, this is Mr. Frank Roscoe.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Roscoe, my wife has told me all about what happened yesterday. I can only say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
There was nothing to it, Mr. Mellenby.
Well, you must allow me to thank you. I owe you more than I can ever repay.
I'd really be happier if you forgot all about it.
No, I'm not likely to do that. But I understand. Now, what will you drink? Gin and something or sherry?
Oh, gin and French for me, if that's all right.
Yes, of course. Sally?
A sherry, darling.
You have a beautiful house.
It is attractive, isn't it? It's a design they're never likely to improve on. Perhaps you'd like to look round later. There are some lovely fireplaces.
I would indeed.
Well, this is quite an occasion. Your very good health, Roscoe.
Happy days.
Do sit down. I can't imagine why we're all standing. A cigarette, Mr. Roscoe.
Oh, thank you. My wife tells me you've just left the army.
Yes, I was a major in the Gloucesters when they axed me.
And now you're planning to become a chicken farmer.
Yeah, that's the general idea. Does it sound crazy to you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
People make fortunes out of it.
The thing is, I've been used to an open-air life, and I don't think I could stand a desk.
I suppose you've been into the economics of it.
Well, I've been browsing in the books a bit.
You ought to talk to someone who's actually running a poultry farm.
Yes, that'd be a great help.
I can't think of anyone offhand, but I'm sure we can find someone.
Yeah, I've been abroad so long. I've been almost a stranger here. But I expect I shall soon make some friends.
Well, you've made some already.
Yeah. Oh, jolly nice of you.
You're not married, are you?
No, I'm not. But perhaps when I get more settled. Must have someone to collect the eggs, what?
What size of a place had you in mind?
Well, the gratuity won't run to anything ambitious. About 3 acres, I thought.
Oh, as little as that?
Oh, I'll be working on the battery system. You don't need a lot of ground for that.
Oh. What about a house?
Shack. Small bungalow will do to start with.
You know, John, Eleanor's been talking about selling her cottage and field. Eleanor Bright is a friend of ours, Mr. Roscoe. It's a charming little cottage full of possibilities.
You're worrying too much about me,
Oh, we just want to help. Well, would you like me to ask her about it?
That's very decent of you.
You know, it's going to be quite an undertaking, starting from scratch.
Yes, I'll be all right if the money holds out.
Yes. Forgive me if this sounds impertinent, but if an interest-free loan would help over the early stages, you've only to tell me.
Oh, that's most generous of you. But I'd like to stand on my own feet as much as possible.
Well, bear it in mind. And talking of standing on your own feet, Sally tells me you haven't a car.
No, I passed the test and got a license, but I guess the car will have to wait till I can see my way more clearly.
You'll find public transport here very thin once you get off the main roads. It'll be difficult to do on foot.
And you'll have to cover such a lot of ground.
You could borrow my car.
Oh, but you'll be needing it yourself.
We've got 2 cars. I can easily share Sally's. What do you say, darling?
But of course, it's perfectly simple.
You're very kind, but I'm sure you'll find it inconvenient.
There's no reason at all why you shouldn't borrow one.
It's very tempting. Certainly saved me hours of foot slogging.
You can take mine with you tonight.
You're the most generous people I've ever met. Actually, it'll solve another problem, too, because I've got to find some new lodgings.
You mean you're not staying on at the Plough?
No, they're booked up solid after tonight.
Look, I've got an idea. We've got lots of room. I'm sure John agrees with me.
Yes.
Come and stay with us for a while.
Oh, now, look, you people are much too kind. I'm just a stranger.
It's all settled. I'll collect you at the Plough tomorrow evening, and you can use our house as a base till you're fixed up.
But really,
We
I can't.
insist.
Oh, well, I give in. I'm overwhelmed. It'll be an enormous help, and apart from that, I'll enjoy it a lot.
So would we. Now, I think dinner's ready. After dinner, I'll show you your room.
How's the day gone, Sally? Has Roscoe been out exploring?
Yes, he's been out all day. John, I hope he's a good driver. He went down the drive at a speed that would have alarmed you.
Well, I'm considered a cautious driver, you know that.
I rang Eleanor, and she said he could see the cottage any time. The key to the farmhouse next door, so he was going to have a look at it. Oh, and I spoke to Mr. Adams, too.
Ah, there he is now.
I hope he's had some luck.
Oh, I meant to give him a map of the district.
Oh, I forgot about that. There's one in my car.
Never mind, there's a spare one in the desk, I think. I'll look it out later. Ah. Had a good day, Roscoe?
Very promising on the whole.
What about Eleanor's cottage?
Oh, I think it might be a bit grand for me. By the way, Sally, these are for you.
Oh, they're lovely. But you shouldn't spend money on flowers.
Oh.
Can I have the elastic?
Ah, I've got something better than elastic for you, young man. Look here.
Boxing gloves. Oh, super.
Have you done any boxing at school, Tony?
Yes, I have, and I'm a very good boxer. Except that I keep my eyes shut.
Oh, well, that's not much use, is it? You'll have to practice. I'll soon teach you.
How did you get on with Mr. Adams?
Oh, fine. He was very helpful. I think I've just about got the practical side sewn up.
Can I have a boxing lesson now, Uncle Frank?
Anytime you like.
Let Uncle Frank rest just now, darling. He's been out all day.
Are you a heavyweight?
That's right, son.
Are you a champ, too?
Well, I used to box a bit for the regiment. I did pretty well. Pity you can't have a crack with this Melonby, but I guess that leg of yours has let you down.
Oh, I dare say the leg would be all right, but boxing's not really my line of country.
How did you get the limp? Trouble with the Hun?
No, I was excavating a wall and slipped. The knees played me up ever since.
Oh, bad luck.
Come on, Uncle Frank.
Coming home, man. Now, you just see if you can batter me into unconsciousness.
I wonder if Roscoe's really trying. He doesn't seem to be making much progress, does he?
Well, give him time, darling. He's only had 3 days.
Don't make him too comfortable. You might regret it.
Well, we did press him to make use of us, you know.
Yes. I don't mean to sound ungenerous, but I'm uneasy.
John.
Let's have a drink.
Yes. All right. John, I hope you're going to like him.
I'm having a darn good try.
It was rather awful last night. I can't imagine what got into him.
The answer's simple. Gin.
I don't feel it could have been only that. He didn't have so much. But he seemed like a different person. I don't understand him at all.
Well, we don't really know him very well.
He suddenly seemed such an exhibitionist.
I think he was trying to impress Kira.
I don't like talking about him like this. It seems dreadful after what he did.
Yes, I'm not forgetting that.
But actually, I think I'm a bit afraid of him.
Oh, nonsense.
But it's true. I feel quite terrible about it. Surely it should be easy to like someone who saved Tony's life.
Not to mention yours.
I do admire him enormously for what he did. But...
Of course, it's a forced relationship being so obliged to anyone. And he doesn't have to turn out compatible just because he's physically brave. Anyhow, Sally, we'll do everything we can to help him. We must do that.
I wish you weren't going to this dinner tomorrow.
Well, I can't very well get out of it, darling. And if I leave early, I should be back by 10. Oh, all alone, darling?
Oh, John, so glad you're back. Just a minute, I'll turn this off. How did it go?
Oh, quite well. Some good speakers. Jones was fascinating about the Shetland dig.
You must be tired.
How's our friend been?
He was quite all right at dinner, except...
Where is he now?
Walking round the garden with Kira.
Oh.
I hope he's not going to turn out to be a wolf.
Oh, I don't think Kira's likely to come to much harm in the garden.
Haven't you noticed how he looks at her?
I've noticed how he looks at you.
No, John, be serious. I'm really very worried.
About Kira?
She's only 18 and rather impressionable. I didn't at all like his manner to her this evening. I wish you'd do something about it.
Speak to him, you mean?
Yes, I think you should. I could talk to Kira, but I don't want to upset her. Do you know, they've been out there nearly an hour.
Oh, better put the garden light on. It'll help them to find their way back, besides serving as a hint.
They're coming now.
Oh, hello. You're back, Mellenby.
Yes, and very glad to be home.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mellenby. I didn't know it was so late.
I could take that as a compliment, eh, Kira?
I think I'll go up. Good night, Mrs. Mellenby.
I'm coming too, Kira. Don't stay too long, John.
No, darling, I won't.
I think I'll turn in, too.
Have you a big program tomorrow?
4 places. One of them sounds quite promising.
Oh, good. Just switch that lamp off, will you?
Right.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, Roscoe, just a word of warning. I'm sure you'll understand. The fact is...
What are you driving at?
Sally's a bit worried about young Kira. Don't let her get too fond of you.
What's the idea?
She's very young, you know, and we're responsible to her parents. She obviously admires you, and we don't want her upset, so watch out.
Come off it. A man in my position has to take his fun when he can get it.
Don't try to take it here. That's all.
Oh, don't be so damned censorious. Okay, old man. I certainly don't want to abuse your hospitality. I'll lay off her. No more walks in the garden, eh? I promise.
Thank you.
Bath, 9201.
Oh, Sally, sorry to bother you, but I've had a bit of an accident with the car.
An accident? How do you mean? Are you hurt?
No, no casualties, no damage to speak of, but I'm stuck and I'll need some help to get clear.
But what's happened?
Got my near side jammed against a wall. I was trying to pass a caravan on a lane. What's the best place to ring for a breakdown van?
Where exactly are you?
Oh, I'm ringing from the call box on the main road, and the signpost says Eversley half-mile one way and Crouch 4 miles the other.
Oh, I know the place. It's Blackett's Lane, where they're rebuilding a bridge.
That's right. We're just beyond the bridge.
Well, aren't there any workmen who can help?
Not a damned one. I wouldn't have bothered you.
Well, I'll ring our garage.
Oh, thanks a lot, Sally. Awfully sorry. Bad show, I'm afraid.
Don't worry. Could happen to anyone.
What's the trouble? Roscoe, I suppose.
Yes, he's had some sort of accident with a car. I'm ringing the garage.
What's he up to now?
What a nuisance. I think I ought to run over there, John. Doesn't seem to be a reply. I wonder what's happened if no one turns up.
Well, I'd better come along with you. We might be able to lend a hand. There we are. It looks a pretty tangle.
Hello, you two.
We thought we'd better come ourselves.
Oh, sorry to bring you out, John. Well, I've put up a bit of a black. So it's your car, is it? This is John Mellenby and Mrs. Mellenby. I'm staying with them. How do you do?
Well, Mr. Mellenby, if you don't mind my saying so, this fellow's not fit to drive a... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bawl at you. My name's Chesterton, by the way.
How did it happen?
Well, he was going a heck of a lot too fast.
He's talking through his hat. I'd have been all right if it hadn't been for the bridge.
It's an accident black spot, as a matter of fact. There's been talk of widening the lane.
In any case, it was ridiculous trying to bring a caravan through.
We wouldn't have thought of it if someone hadn't told us there was an old quarry which would make a good stopping place.
I know the quarry. It would make a good stopping place.
Oh, this is my wife, Eve.
Oh,
hello.
And I'm Sally Mellenby.
How do you do? Anyhow, there doesn't seem to be much harm done. Do you think the three of us could lift it?
No, we've tried already. We're both pretty hefty. I doubt if you'd make much difference, old man.
Well, I'll try the garage again from the call box.
Oh, thanks very much. Well, what about you folks joining my wife and me in a glass of sherry while we wait, eh?
That's a very nice suggestion.
Well, we might as well make the best of it. Yes, come in and see the homestead. That is, if we can get in. I'll go ahead. Can you squeeze through?
Yes, I think so.
If George can manage, we ought to be able to.
Oh, but what a marvelous caravan.
It is nice, isn't it?
Oh, we find it's better than staying in hotels if you want to see the country. You know, this way we're independent.
It looks wonderfully compact.
Yes, it is. It's got practically everything.
Yes, life would suit me all right. Especially if I had a woman like Eve.
What the hell are you insinuating?
Insinuating? Nothing, old man. Keep your shirt on.
Now, look here.
I love the big windows.
Yes, it's almost like living out of doors without the discomforts.
My little boy would love it.
Oh, so you like our home, eh?
It's wonderful.
The breakdown van will be along shortly.
Oh, good.
Isn't this charming, John?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Sherry, Melanie?
Thank you. Oh, this is very hospitable of you. You're on holiday, are you?
In a way. Well, if it takes us years, so much the better. First England, then all round Europe with a bit of luck.
Where are you from?
Trinidad. I'm an oil man. At least I was. A mining engineer.
Chap in my regiment, redundant like me, was thinking of going out there.
Are you planning to go back there eventually?
Well, we haven't really got around to deciding that, have we?
We had a wonderful stroke of luck.
Oh, yes, you see, I bought myself a small Crown concession in the bush, and it turned out that there was oil there.
That was very smart of you.
Oh, well, it's my line of course, and I had a hunch. But I had to pass because there was another fellow after it. But I guess that's the way to make decisions quickly. Impulse, that's the thing, don't you think, Mr. Mellenby?
I suppose it makes for an exciting life.
Yeah, sure it does. Like the way we packed up and came over here.
We even got married 2 days after we met.
I guess we're talking too much about ourselves. More sherry, everyone.
How long are you staying around here?
Oh, it depends what there is to see. I've heard Bath's an interesting place.
It's unique.
My husband can tell you all you want to know about Bath.
If you happen to be interested in architecture, it's a sheer delight.
What about those famous waters? Do you think they'd get this corporation of mine down, eh?
Someone told George that a spa course was just the thing to tone one up.
Oh, does he need turning up, Mrs. Chesterton?
Those repairmen should be here by now.
Oh, there they are, I think.
A bit of trouble, eh? You folks have fairly got yourselves wedged in. What have you been trying to do? All right, Mr. Mellenby, we'll soon have this straightened out. All right. Heave away, lad.
You'd better come back with us, Roscoe. The man will take the car back to the repair shed.
I wouldn't let him drive if I were you, Mr. Mellenby. Oh, by the way, you'll let me know what the bill is.
Oh, it won't amount to much.
I wonder if you'd like to bring your little boy to see the caravan sometime, Mrs. Mellenby.
Do you mean it? I know he'd adore it.
Oh, well, come and have tea one afternoon. May I ring you?
Yes, do. The number's Bath 9201. It's in the book.
I shall look forward to it.
So shall I.
Ready, Sally?
Yes, just coming.
I'll be seeing you then. Goodbye.
I've just come from the garage. The car should be ready by tomorrow.
Well, I suppose we should be thankful it's no worse. Are we going to let him go on using it?
I'm a bit stumped. I don't know what to do.
He may be more careful after this.
For 2 pins, I'd ask the man to leave the house at once.
I don't think it would be wise, darling. It could be terribly nasty. It may not be for much longer. It would really be better if his departure came about naturally.
He's so unpredictable. His behavior to Mrs. Chesterton yesterday.
He just sat and leered at her.
He's an unspeakable oaf where women are concerned. Is he in the house, by the way?
Upstairs, I think.
Hello? Yes, this is Bath 9201. Mr. Roscoe? Wait 1 moment, please. It's for Mr. Roscoe. The gentleman was quite rude.
You say it was for me. Who is it?
I don't know, Mr. Roscoe.
No. Yes, who is it? Oh, you will, William. Oh, for God's sake, pipe down. What's all the fuss about? Don't be so ruddy, silly. It was only a friendly gesture. Now, you better watch your step, too, or you'll get hurt. Oh, shut up. You make me sick. Damn fool.
I wonder what mischief he's up to now.
He sounded horrible. Darling, I don't think I can stand any more of it.
I wonder if he's making any real effort about the farm. Suppose we give him 2 more days, then I'll ask him to find somewhere else to stay.
All right. 2 more days.
Is Mrs. Mellenby in? Yes, I think so. Oh, I'm Mrs. Chesterton. May I come in?
Of course.
Oh, Mrs. Mellenby, Sally.
Oh, hello, Eve.
Do forgive me coming in like this. I've really come to apologize for George.
What's George done?
Well, I mean about his telephone call last night. I hope Mr. Roscoe's not about, is he?
No, he's out of the way. But what's the trouble?
George was so angry with him, he just rang up and blew his top. I know he should have asked for you first.
You mean it was George who rang Roscoe last night?
Oh, yes, didn't you know?
What was it all about?
Mr. Roscoe turned up at the caravan yesterday. As it happened, George had gone into Bath to ask about the waters. I must say he was pretty unpleasant to deal with, but I got rid of him. When George came back, I told him about it. He was so furious, he just rushed to the phone box before I could stop him.
I don't blame him in the least.
I don't quite understand. I mean, he's a guest in your house. You don't seem to like him very much. He's so different from you.
We're under an obligation to him. We were trying to help him.
But we don't really know him at all.
What's the matter with the man?
As a matter of fact, John had to warn him of Kira, our nice Norwegian girl.
Well, he better not risk anything with George. He was brought up rough and tough, and I'm afraid he's not very civilized.
It's Roscoe who's not civilized.
What are you going to do about him?
We're going to tell him he's got to go.
There's more coffee.
Not for me, thanks, darling.
No more for me. Mellenby, I wonder if we could have a word in private.
In private?
Well, I'm going up to say goodnight to Tony. I'll leave you alone with my husband, Mr. Roscoe.
Well, what's worrying you?
It seems that I'll have to take you up on that offer of a loan after all, old man.
You mean you've found a place that suits you?
No, I haven't found anything, and unless I can raise some money quickly, I'll have to give up the whole idea.
Why, what's happened?
Well, the fact is, I owe quite a bit. I hoped the chap would wait, but instead of that, he's dunning me for the lot right away. That was the happy news I got in that letter this morning.
How much do you owe?
I suppose I better come clean with you. £7,000.
That's a lot of money.
Well, you're telling me, old man. Still, it wouldn't mean a lot to you, would it?
It's a lot of money by any standard.
I'm told you've given much more than that to charity. Well, surely I'm a deserving cause.
You're pretty cool.
Yeah, well, let me put it this way. You owe me for 2 lives. You've talked a great deal about gratitude. Okay. This is the payoff.
You put things very bluntly.
Well, not much point in beating about the bush. You promised to help me, and I need help. I'm claiming it as a right.
All right, Roscoe. I'll be equally blunt. I accept that I have an obligation. It's been weighing on me quite a bit. I still want to help. But I'd like to be quite sure I'd be doing some real good.
Well, I'm the best out of that.
You're asking me for a present of £7,000. Don't you think I'm entitled to ask a question or two?
What do you want to know?
To whom do you owe this money?
Well, I don't see that it matters. But if you must know, he's a colonel in RE, or was. He's retired now, lives in London.
Would you think it prying if I asked how you came to borrow so much money?
I would. But I'll tell you. It was when we were stationed in Kenya. I bought a farmhouse as a speculation. Lancaster lent me most of the dough, had a private income. And the Mau burned the place down, and I had a debt. Nothing to show for it.
Wasn't the property insured?
I thought it was, but it wasn't. Not against Mau.
And now your friend is asking for the whole capital back.
That's right, old man. Wants it urgently.
Would you object to showing me the letter he wrote?
I can't. I tore it up and threw it away.
Oh, it's a pity. How did he know you were staying here?
Oh, I wrote to him just to keep him sweet, but it merely set him off.
Of course, you could start paying him now out of your gratuity.
I'll need that for the poultry farm.
You still plan to buy one?
Of course.
With 7,000 from you, I'll have nothing to worry about.
What is Colonel Lancaster's exact address?
Oh, that's my affair. I don't need you to go chasing after him. All you've got to do is discharge your debt. Well?
I'll have to think about it.
You better think quickly.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Do you mean to tell me, John, that the whole thing's an invention?
He certainly invented Colonel Lancaster. I've been through the army lists, and there's no such name in recent years. And so I thought I might as well look up Roscoe himself. It went against the grain, but after all, we've taken him completely on trust. There was no Major Roscoe in the Gloucesters.
You mean it's not his name at all?
Oh, it may be his name, but he was never in the army. The whole thing is a tissue of lies. Another thing. You remember he told us the plough was booked up? Well, the landlord told me today it had been a bad year. He's never been without empty rooms.
He's just a confidence man.
Looking for a victim. And he found one. He simply tricked his way into our house.
But, John, he couldn't have saved me from drowning as part of a plan.
No, I know. It's probably the only genuine thing about him. He did a spontaneous action and then seized on the chance to exploit our gratitude.
It's fantastic. What are you going to do?
What baffles me is how he ever thought he could get away with it. That story of his never even began to sound true.
I suppose he was just trying it on.
Do I really seem so gullible?
Well, darling, you do give a superficial impression of not being too worldly wise.
Even so, he must have known I'd never hand over £7,000 without some sort of a check. In fact, I'm sure he did know. I made it clear enough. And it must have been obvious he'd be shown up as a fake.
It's very odd.
He'd have done better to ask me straight out for a gift when he first came here.
Perhaps he's just not a very good confidence man.
Why did he have to say he was a major in the Gloucesters?
And when he told me that, he'd only just met me. He didn't even know you had money then.
And if he'd planned to ask for money on that scale, you'd think he'd have behaved a bit better.
I think he's completely unbalanced.
Damn the fellow. It was bad enough having to be grateful to him before. It's intolerable now.
Mind if I have a drink?
Yes, help yourself.
Oh, thanks. Where's Kira?
She's gone to the pictures.
Oh, perhaps it's just as well. No. Benedict, let's get this over. What have you decided?
I checked up on your story.
You did? Did you? Still, I didn't think you could be quite the sap you seem to be.
Really? You don't have to be insulting as well as everything else.
Anyway, there it is. There's no Colonel Lancaster. You weren't a major in the Gloucesters, so you've no gratuity. And I'm pretty certain you haven't been seriously looking for a farm.
You're dead right, damn silly things, hens.
Well, at least we know where we are. I can't imagine what you think you're going to get out of all this.
I think I'm going to get £7,000.
You surely don't expect that now.
Indeed I do. I saved your wife and child, didn't I? I did my golden deed, and that's what it's damn well going to be, golden.
You're wrong, Roscoe. If you think I'm going to pay $7,000 to a brazen crook, you're making a big mistake. I could prefer a serious charge against you. But if you cleared out now...
It's you who are making the mistake.
It would be more comfortable all round if you went straight away.
Oh, would it? Now, let me tell you something. I like it here. The house is nice, the food's adequate, and with £7,000 in the bank, I shall get along fine. So I'm staying. I even like your wife.
You must be out of your mind. Get out of here.
You don't know me very well yet, Mellenby, but you're going to very soon. You've been underrating me. I'm not afraid of you. I could break you across my knee. And I'm not afraid of Chesterton either, the big slob. I went around to see his wife again today, just to show him.
I'm going to call the police. I'm warning you.
Oh, that's what you think.
John!
How much use you trying any rough stuff, little man? Doesn't take much to knock you down, does it?
Get to the telephone, Sally.
Now, don't move, Sally. I'm not having any sneaking out. We're coming to a full understanding before anyone else moves.
You'll never get away with this, Roscoe.
Oh, and I?
Oh, dear God.
Now, perhaps we can talk things over quietly. Sit down, Sally.
You'll go to prison.
On the contrary, I'm going to stay here, and you're going to keep quiet about me. You're going to pretend you like having me around. Don't answer that.
It may be Kira.
If it is, she can wait.
Now, let's get this quite clear. You'll play along with me, and if you don't, you'd better take a last look at that sweet child of yours. Ever heard of people using razors? Who could that be? Come on, who is he? Where have you been up to?
We don't know who it is.
Go and see. But remember what I said. Don't move, Mellenby. I said don't move. Where is he? Where's that devil out? Oh, so there you are, Roscoe. I'm going to break your ruddy neck.
Look out.
I'll teach you to come creeping after my wife. No, don't force me, Chesterton. You'll only want... I'll kill you, you little... Oh! Well, very good training, are you? You're satisfied? Come on, get up. You devil.
John, do something.
Mellenby, put down that chair. Oh. Thanks, John.
Do you think he's all right?
Yeah, he's only knocked out. He'll be around soon.
I'll get some water.
Thank God you came.
Oh, what a mess. Sorry, Sally.
I can't imagine what he's been like tonight.
I warned him. He came to the caravan again today and went for even.
He's been threatening us, hitting John.
Why?
He was trying to get money out of us.
Damn thug.
I brought some water.
Oh, come on, dash some in his face. But watch out. He may be shamming. Oh.
He looks pretty bad.
We'll have to do something about him before Kira gets back.
Oh, why don't we take him upstairs?
No, he can't stay here. I don't want anything more to do with him. I want him out of the house. He's horrible.
I'll ring the police.
Now, you don't think we ought to wait till he comes round?
Why?
Well, after all, we did both go for him.
I think we ought to tell the police about his terrible threats. He was talking about razors.
We'll just have to put ourselves in their hands.
Did you see a razor?
Yes, he threatened to use a razor on my little boy if we didn't give him money and keep quiet about it.
Oh, I was bluffing, of course.
I'm not sure.
Oh, John, I'm so scared.
Well, it's harmless enough at the moment, anyway.
Yes, but what about later?
Darling, we've either got to keep him here for the night or call the police. I think the best thing is to hand him over now.
Oh, I'm so tired I can hardly think. All I want is never to see him again.
You know, you two aren't in a state to make decisions just now. I think we should keep the police out of this if we can. What do you say we wait till the morning?
We've got to get rid of him. I can't bear having him in the house.
Look, Chef.
Now, what about me dumping him in the car and taking him along to the caravan for the night? I'll keep an eye on him.
Oh, if only you would. Well, what about Eve, then?
Oh, he won't object if I sit over him with a spanner. Anyway, I don't think he's likely to give any more trouble.
I'm surprised he's out so long.
Well, what do you say, John? You'll be out of your way and...
Please, John.
I feel a bit worried.
I think it's the best way, you know. No one will see him then.
We'd better hurry. Kira's due back any minute.
Well, you'll have to help me get him into the car, I think, John.
I'll try and straighten up here.
Perhaps I'd better come with you.
No, I'll manage. You stay and look after Sally.
It's very decent of you to take him off our hands.
Don't worry. Come over in the morning, and between us, we'll fix up Mr. Roscoe's future. Come on, now. You take his feet, and I'll take his shoulders. Come on.
I only hope I never see him again. Yes? Who is it?
It's Eve. Eve Chesterton.
Oh, Eve, it's you. Has George got back?
Yes, he has. Sally, I'm so sorry about it all. It must have been dreadful.
It was horrible. A man like that should be shut away for good.
Is John there?
He's in the bath. Why?
George thought I'd better ring just to let you know. Roscoe came round, but he keeps going off again. I want George to call a doctor. What do you think?
Oh, I see. Well, yes, perhaps it would be better. Try Dr. Hamley. His number's Bath 9207.
Bath 9207?
Yes, 207. Well, I'll tell John, and he'll come round in the morning.
Yes. Well, good night, then. Don't worry.
Good night. Hope you get some sleep.
Who was it?
It was Eve. Roscoe came round, but she said he keeps going off again. They wondered if they ought to get a doctor.
I don't much like the sound of it. I wonder if I ought to ring Hamley and take him round right away.
Darling, I think we can leave things to George. He's on the spot. Honestly, I'd wait till the morning. You can go first thing.
God, I'm tired. What a night.
Try and forget it.
Forget it? I'll never do that. Yes? Willoughby here.
John. Chesterton. I'm sorry I had to ring.
What's happened?
I'm afraid I've got bad news.
Roscoe?
You better brace yourself. He's dead.
No.
I'm afraid so.
Have you called a doctor?
It's too late. There's no doubt about it.
When did you find out? What happened?
About half an hour ago. I'd been out for a stroll. Couldn't sleep. But when I came back, I had another look at him. He was gone.
George, why didn't we get a doctor right away?
Well, who the hell would have dreamt he'd go out like that? Now, listen, does anyone else know what happened tonight? You didn't tell Kara.
No, we didn't say anything.
I'd like you to come round. We must talk.
All right, I'll come straight away.
Don't make any more noise than you can help when you leave. Keep your chin up.
Oh, hello, Eve. Where's George?
Oh, John, I'm glad you've come. He's over there in the bushes.
George. What in God's name are you doing?
You've been quick. Good man.
What are you doing?
You want to take a last look at him?
Stop. Are you mad? We can't do this.
Wise man. What else can we do?
We can tell the truth. We must. What's got into you? Stop it. Put down that spade.
Let me finish, John. It'll be light in half an hour. We have no choice. I'll do that when I'm through. It's almost done.
It's madness.
Let me get on with it.
Can you give me a drink, Eve? Water, anything?
Yes. Here you are.
Thank you.
You look awful. Sit down.
George is mad. Do you know what he's doing?
I tried to stop him. Truly I did, but he wouldn't listen to me. John, I'm terrified.
You've good reason to be. We all have. If only I'd known. What's that?
What's coming on at this hour?
False alarm. It's only the milk lorry. Oh, it had me worried for a second.
George.
I'm sorry. Sorry if I was a bit rough out there just now, John, but I had to finish what I'd started. Oh, I know what you're going to say. I ought to have consulted you first.
If I'd even dreamed...
It just wasn't time for a discussion. I had to use what darkness there was left.
But why? We're not criminals. It was an accident.
Now, listen to me, John. Of course it was an accident. We neither of us intended to kill him. But what would it look like if tonight's story leaked out? We both hated his guts.
I don't care what it looks like.
You soon would. Can't you see we wouldn't have a dog's chance? We both went for him, and between us we knocked him unconscious. We were 2-1, 3 if you count Sally.
We've got to tell the truth.
There's not a jury that wouldn't bring in a verdict at least of manslaughter.
Eve.
I think George is right. It would look bad, John.
Well, we'll have to take our chance. We only did what we were forced to do. He was threatening to use a razor.
He hadn't got a razor, though. That's what the jury would pick on. They'd say we weren't either of us in actual danger of our lives. Oh, believe me, John, I know what I'm talking about. There was only one way to look after ourselves, and that was to put him in the ground. And I'm glad he's there.
You're wrong. You've put us both in the wrong, hopelessly. Don't you see? What you've done now is criminal.
Oh, maybe it is, technically. But not any other way, not morally. Anyhow, I did it on my own. I'm not asking you to take responsibility for it.
You are. I know about it. That's enough.
Oh, keep quiet about it, that's all. In any case, I don't see how you can do anything else. They'd never believe you hadn't had a hand in it.
I can't keep quiet about it.
Yes, you can. All you've got to do is to give out that Roscoe's pushed off somewhere else. You don't know where. Fortunately, he didn't speak as if it had any roots here, did he? He came out of the blue, and he's gone back into it.
Everyone leaves traces. What about his things up at the house, his clothes?
Oh, yes, you'll have to pack those up double quick. I'll get rid of them.
Suppose someone found him.
By the time I've finished with the place, there won't be a sign.
So miserably cold-blooded.
Yes. I didn't enjoy it. Oh, John, I know how you feel. Don't imagine I don't understand. But the thing is, it was necessary.
Eve doesn't think so.
I didn't at first, John, but perhaps George is right. No one would believe you.
I'll have to talk to Sally.
Yes, you do that. Ask her if she wants her life ruined, all our lives, 4 lives ruined for that bastard. Now, I know you're a man of principle much more than I am, but I've only tried to do the best for all of us.
I'll come back later anyway.
Yes, and bring the clothes. And, John, for God's sake, be careful. Watch your step.
John, darling, do you think George is right?
How can you ask?
No, of course, I know. But I mean, right about what would happen if you told the truth. Would you be sent to prison?
If only we'd done it right away. But now it would sound terribly bad in a court of law. I'm horribly afraid he may be right. But it need not have been like this.
Well, surely they'd believe it was an accident.
Unfortunately, the law goes mainly by results.
I couldn't bear it if they sent you to prison.
The trouble is, we didn't do any of the things we ought to have done after it happened. What sort of a figure would I cut in the witness box? Roscoe was a man who saved my wife and child from drowning. And even supposing we got over other things, actually burying him, we'd never get over that. I think we've got to face it. The verdict would be manslaughter.
What would that mean?
Anything up to 5 years.
John, 5 years? But it would be so unjust. You've done absolutely nothing. It's unthinkable. You can't do it. I won't allow it. Suppose we keep quiet. What then?
Well, if we say he left here last night... But if inquiries ever did start, things would get very difficult.
He said he had no relation.
You never know. There's always something one hasn't provided for.
It may be very wrong of me, but I think I'd rather take the risk. Do you think we could ever carry on as if it hadn't happened?
I doubt it.
But we can't bring Roscoe back to life. What good would you be doing by telling the truth?
I believe in law and order. I have a very deep feeling about it.
I know, but there must be some exception.
I don't think so.
Yet, when you found out Roscoe was a fraud, you were going to let him go free because you were grateful to him. You were making your own rules then.
Yes, strictly speaking, I was wrong. But at least I wasn't doing it to shield myself, which is what I'd be doing now.
You really want to confess, don't you?
I hate the thought of living with a lie.
More than the thought of prison.
I think so.
Listen, John, I think we should keep quiet. George has forced your hand. I know he's been terribly wrong, but you've done nothing. Please think of me and Tony.
I simply hate the whole thing.
John, it's nearly breakfast time. We've got to be prepared with a story for Kira and Tony. Roscoe left last night. Good morning, Kira.
Good morning, Mrs. Mellanby. Tony, please run and ask Uncle Frank if I shall boil an egg for him.
Oh, Uncle Frank's gone.
Gone?
Gone where, Mummy?
He left last night. He had to make up his mind in rather a hurry. He asked me to say goodbye to you both.
He has stopped looking for a farm?
He heard of one in Sussex, Kira. That's south of London. And he thought he'd better look at it straight away.
Is he coming back, Mummy?
No, I don't think so, darling.
But he's left his boxing gloves and punch ball. They were in the shed. I just saw them.
Oh. Well, if he wants them, I expect he'll send for them.
Perhaps he'll forget. It's a jolly good punch ball.
Frank was sorry not to see you, Kira. I'd have told you last night, but I thought it might upset you a little.
I am not upset.
Well, I thought you rather liked him.
At first, perhaps, but not later. He was not a nice man, I think.
No, he wasn't a nice man.
Everything all right, John?
I think so. Here are his clothes. The case was his, too. Where will you hide it?
Oh, the ground's the best place. There, where the earth's soft, near the other. But I'll have to wait till it's dark. You can leave it to me. I'm grateful to you, John. I know how you feel about it, but don't worry.
What are your plans now?
Oh, I thought we'd move on tomorrow. Eve can't wait to get away.
Yes. Where will you make for?
Oh, we'll stick around in England till we're sure there's not going to be any trouble. I don't leave you in the lurch. And if anything did crop up, we'd need each other like hell. Short of that, I think the less we see of each other, the better.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I'll give you a ring in a week or two just to check up and let you know where we are. I feel pretty bad about it. I know I was a bit high-handed.
If you'd consulted me, I'd never have...
I knew that.
But I've accepted the position now, and I'll go through with it.
Good man. Say goodbye to Sally for me.
Don't worry, Daddy, just now, Tony. He'll come out later. Do eat some breakfast, John.
I'll just have some coffee, I think.
And you simply can't go on like this. You look so ill. Oh, what's the matter? What's in that letter?
It's addressed to Roscoe.
To Roscoe?
Yes, I've opened it. I didn't know what else to do.
What is it, John? Is it bad?
Very bad, I'm afraid. Where's Kara?
Upstairs. She's busy. Read it to me.
Dear Roscoe, I was surprised and distressed at the contents of your letter. The money I gave you was specifically for investment in the company, and as I gather you have not yet closed the deal, it should still be in your possession in full. You certainly had no right at all to use any part of it for your own purposes, which, judging from your evasive tone, I begin to think you must have done. Indeed, I am now seriously wondering whether the company ever existed and whether I was not taken in by a smooth talker. I feel very worried and upset and angry. And the purpose of this letter is to tell you that I expect the return of the £7,000 in full and immediately.
John.
I can accept no excuses. If I do not receive your check by first post on Friday morning, I shall go at once to the police and ask for your apprehension on a charge of false pretenses and fraud. In view of our past relationship, I much regret this, but you have left me with no alternative. Charles E. Faulkner.
So, he did owe money.
That part was true.
And if this man, Faulkner, tells the police about him, I suppose they'll come here.
They're bound to. It was Roscoe's last known address.
He says Friday, doesn't he? That's tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Well, what can we do?
Imagine the questions they'd ask. All of them awkward. All of them full of pitfalls.
Surely we could make up a watertight story between us. He told us he was going to Sussex, but he didn't tell us where. After all, I don't see why they should suspect us of anything.
It wouldn't be long before they did. They'd start to check up on his movements. They'd go to the station and find no one had seen him. Whatever story we told, they'd be able to disprove it. We'd be caught in a web in no time.
We must plan
They'd question the neighbors. Someone might have heard me drive off in the early hours. They'd find out about the caravan. The charge could easily be murder.
Murder?
We've got to stop the police coming here. I think I know how it might be done. I'll have to see this man Faulkner, and I'll have to see him today. His telephone number's on the letter. If he's a decent chap, it may work. Oh, good afternoon. Mr. Faulkner?
Yes, Mr. Mellenby. Do come in, won't you? In here.
Thank
you. You'll find that chair quite comfortable.
Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't explain over the telephone. I felt I had to see you. So as I had other business in London, I thought it might as well be today.
You said it was about Frank Roscoe. Is he a friend of yours?
Roscoe has been staying at my house in Bath for a week or two as my guest. This morning he showed me a letter he just received from you. I gather he owes you £7,000.
He does indeed.
Well, I've come to settle his debt.
What? You mean Roscoe has sent the money?
No. I mean I should like to pay it for him.
Forgive me, Mr. Mellenby, I don't understand. Why on earth should you do that?
It's very simple. You see, just over 2 weeks ago, Frank Roscoe saved my wife and child from drowning at the risk of his own life.
Really?
It's put me under an enormous obligation to him. Now I feel I have a chance to discharge the debt.
Oh, this is most surprising. I am bound to say I think it would be a most quixotic action. If you saw my letter to him, you must know my view of him. The truth is, the man's a complete rogue.
Oh, he's a rogue, all right. That may be why I'm anxious to square my account with him. It isn't at all pleasant to be indebted to a rogue.
Believe me, Mr. Mellenby, he doesn't deserve your consideration. He's a fraud. He's behaved abominably to me.
How did you come to meet him?
Well, oddly enough, it was through a kind deed that he got to know me. It was in connection with a cause with which I am closely associated. After a meeting, he offered me a generous contribution. I had never met him before, but we had a drink and a chat. And I must admit I took to him.
I know. He can be charming and persuasive when he feels like it.
We became quite friendly. And when he talked about the business he was interested in, a fleet of pleasure boats on the less active canals, I think it was I who first suggested investing some money in it. Damn it, I even pressed him.
That was the £7,000.
Yes. Shortly afterwards, he went to the West Country to buy some additional craft, he said.
And nothing else happened, I suppose?
Not for some time. He had promised to send me some share certificates, but nothing came. Then I had some financial troubles, and I badly needed that 7,000, or its equivalent. By now, I'd begun to think I'd been a simple fool. And I was about to make inquiries when he wrote to me from Bath, promising the certificate soon. But it was a very vague letter.
He was playing for time, of course.
Yes. Well, I'd begun to have real doubts now. And I wrote to him rather stiffly, asking him to return the money at once.
Yes, it was a letter that worried him a good deal.
Well, I had no acknowledgement, not even an excuse. I felt really angry by this time, and I wrote the letter you saw. I can't help feeling it would be best to put the matter in the hands of the police.
The fact remains that he did me the greatest service one man can do another.
It's odd. He does seem to be capable of generous impulses.
One way I can repay him is to save him from going to jail. Indeed, I'm committed. I promised him, before he left, that I'd settle his account for him.
Oh, he's gone, has he?
Yes, I made it a condition that he should leave my house at once. And he cleared off after breakfast. I don't even know where he's gone. What I do know, Mr. Faulkner, is that you'll be doing me a service by accepting my check and not pressing a charge against him.
I think I can understand why you don't want to hand him over. But as for the money...
If I pay it, I can, I hope, forget about him.
I admit I need the money, but I feel very reluctant to accept it from... Well, forgive me, Mr. Mellenby, but from a stranger.
The circumstances are unusual. He owed you the money. I feel I owe it to you.
But he should be punished.
Yet in your letter you indicated that if he paid the money back, you wouldn't pursue it.
No, yes, of course, if he'd paid it of his own accord.
Whatever his faults, he's an unusually brave man. It's a mitigating factor, surely.
It's such a large sum. Forgive me for asking, but can you really afford it?
I can well afford it.
Have you put me in a quandary?
I'm asking it as a favor.
I must say your action is a very generous one, even if it is quite misguided.
It's settled, then. I have the check here, ready made out.
Have you been very determined? Thank you, Mr. Mellenby. And let us hope that neither of us is ever troubled by Frank Roscoe again.
I think perhaps we've seen the last of him.
John, you look so dreadfully ill. I simply can't bear it. Kira's noticed it, too.
I'm ashamed of myself, Sally. I try, but I can't get it out of my mind. I think it gets worse instead of better.
Only I could help you. I'm quite certain George isn't making himself ill like this.
He's tougher than I am. People are made differently.
All you did was hit a man twice your size who was wrecking your home and threatening your child and actually beating George to a pulp.
I feel I killed him.
But that's nonsense. Anyhow, I'm sure it wasn't the chair that hit him. I think he'd struck his head on the fireplace as he fell. You're speaking now as if you meant to kill him.
I lifted that chair out of sheer uncontrolled fear. I think I had murder in my heart.
Well, it wouldn't be surprising at such a moment.
Thought is gnawing at me day and night. I'm going mad with
Darling, you're not being fair to yourself. It was all his
He
fault.
started it, I know, but it doesn't alter the fact that I'm going to be haunted by this for the rest of my life.
John, do you still want to confess?
I feel it's too late. It's impossible now.
Because if you do, darling, I won't try to stop you. Anything's better than seeing you like this.
I'm committed. Apart from anything else, I gave George my word I'd see it through. I can't go back on it.
You're sure?
Quite sure. Well, perhaps things will seem better now that I've got it off my chest. At least I've confessed to you.
If only I could give you absolution and some peace of mind. Shall I turn the wireless on, John? Quite a good concert tonight. John.
Hmm? What did you say?
What is it? Something in the paper?
Yes.
Let me see.
There.
Plans to divert the new Bath-Radbury Road through Blackett's Lane and so bypass the village of Eversley, a black spot for accidents. The lane in its new form will be 30 feet wide. The Gazette understands that Blackett's Lane will be closed to all traffic from September the 15th until its reopening as a bypass.
They'll find him, of course.
How deep do they dig when they build a road?
A road to take heavy traffic would have to have tremendous foundations.
They might add all the width on the other side away from the
Don't
park.
let's deceive ourselves. They're bound to find him.
John.
Sally, we're in a frightful mess.
What can we do?
They'll find the suitcase with his things, and they'll check up on the laundry marks. They'll find out who he was and come straight to us.
We've got to find George.
They'll learn about our association with the Chestertons. They'll ask all those questions we decided we couldn't answer. They'll find out about my check to Faulkner. It'll be the end of us, if they find the body.
But you said they must.
We made a dreadfully wrong decision, but there's no way back.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to move him somewhere else.
John, oughtn't we to try to find George first? You can't do it alone.
I wonder, perhaps we could get the AA to look for him.
Yes, that's it.
Yes, but if he's in a quiet spot like the quarry, it might take days. We haven't the time. The lane's to be closed on the 15th. That's only 10 days from now. The workmen will start moving in well before that. I think we ought to start at once.
You don't mean tonight?
Well, I'd have to make some plans first, find a suitable place. I'm afraid I'll need your help, Sally.
Of course.
I'll spare you all I can.
Oh, darling.
We'll move the suitcase first, get acclimatized.
John, you're all right.
I've just about got to the point where I don't give a damn, that's all.
You actually slept for 6 hours. Do you feel better?
Oh, my back aches. Have you seen Kira?
Yes, she didn't hear us coming.
Oh, that's a relief. Did you get any sleep?
No, not really. I'd no sooner closed my eyes than I had the most extraordinary thought. I almost wakened you to tell you about it.
What was it?
You remember when George rang you up that night to tell you Roscoe had died?
Yes.
What did he say exactly? Can you remember?
What do you mean?
I mean, did he say when it happened, finding him dead?
Yes, he said about half an hour before he rang me.
And how long after that was it before you reached the caravan?
About 3/4 of an hour, perhaps less.
John, do you realize how long it took you to dig that new hole last night?
What is this leading up to, Sally?
That's what kept me awake. If George was telling the truth, he had less than an hour and a half to dig much deeper, a full-size grave, and he had started filling in again before you got there. Could he have done it?
I see. No, I don't think he could.
He's very strong, of course.
Yes, but he had to find a suitable place to dig, telephone me, and get back. And he was digging in a tougher spot. I'd say it was absolutely impossible. Sally, this is fantastic.
If we're right, it means that Roscoe died sooner than George said he did. And he didn't tell you about the death until the grave was almost finished.
It seems incredible.
He went ahead on his own because he didn't think you would agree.
Simply can't believe it. You mean he kept back the truth as a calculated policy?
Unless you're prepared to consider an even worse alternative.
What do you mean?
Isn't it obvious? If Roscoe died when George said he did, then George started digging his grave while he was still alive.
Well, that can be ruled out right away.
Can it?
If he had the slightest suspicion that Roscoe was going to die, he'd have called a doctor, not dug a grave. He's not a monster.
We don't really know him very well.
We know him well enough for that, I think. Why, it would have been deliberate murder, just as if he had hit him with a spanner.
Perhaps he did just that.
Sally.
Darling, I've been thinking about this for hours. It seems to me that if he deliberately finished off Roscoe himself,
That would account for his not phoning you and his haste to get rid of the body. There might have been marks he didn't want you to see.
It is a point. But there's not a scrap of evidence to support it.
Isn't there? Didn't George keep on saying that Roscoe wasn't fit to live?
That's a very different thing from killing him.
Well, his feeling about Eve was primitive, and he'd had a rough upbringing. He was just the sort who would take revenge, and there was almost no risk. He'd know you'd have to cooperate afterwards because you were in it, too.
I was in it. It was my blow that knocked him out.
Look, a strong, tough man like Roscoe, honestly, John, did he look as if he were going to die when George took him away? He was already beginning to come round. We were both absolutely staggered when we heard he was dead, and we had good reason to be, don't you see?
I can see you're trying to take the load off me. You know, you've really thought all this up because you want it to be true.
Surely you agree there's a case.
I can't see him as a cold-blooded murderer deliberately finishing off a helpless man. Though there is one point you haven't even thought of.
What's that?
He was very willing to take Roscoe to the caravan. He actually suggested it.
There you are, then.
And he cleared out of the district pretty quickly. Well, that was natural. Sally, we must try to find the caravan.
Yes, I'm sure it's the thing to do.
And if you're right, he may be on the continent by now.
The ferry boats are pretty well booked up at this time of the year. I don't think he'd get a place for a caravan at such short notice.
No, perhaps not.
Do you remember the number of George's car?
Yes, I made a note of it when Roscoe got stuck in the lane with the caravan.
What exactly will you say if we do find him?
It could be very awkward. We'll just have to take a step at a time. I'll begin by telling him about Faulkner's letter and then about the road widening. I'll tell him about my digging for the suitcase and the time it took me.
Suppose you were convinced he'd done it. Would you tell the police?
I suppose we face that problem when it arises. We've got to find him first.
Surprised at them coming to this sort of place.
They wanted to lose themselves in a crowd there. Can you see them?
Yes. I believe I can see the car and the caravan.
Give me the glasses, will you?
Here. Can you see George?
No, but if the car's there, they must be.
How do you feel?
Pretty keyed up. Do you think we can go through with it?
You're not expecting him to get violent.
No, there are too many people about for that. We'll feel our way and go easy on accusations. We'll decide on the next step when we've compared notes afterwards. All right?
All right, darling.
Then here goes.
There's Eve.
Well, of all things. George, it's the Mellandys.
What? Why, hello, you two. Well, this is a surprise. We were saying only last night it was about time we rang you.
Yes.
How did you manage to find us?
It wasn't too difficult. We got the AA to help, and you left quite a good trail.
How are you both?
Oh, we're fine, thanks. We've been enjoying a good rest. I needed it, too, after that business. Oh, now, what about a drink, eh? We're expecting some friends along later, as a matter of fact. A young couple we met in Gloucester the other day, but they won't be here yet. What about you, Sally?
No, thank you. It's a bit early for me.
And for me.
No drink? You sure? There's nothing wrong, is there?
As a matter of fact, there is. That's why we're here.
Bad news? Oh, I think perhaps I'll have a drink myself. Well, what's the trouble, John?
Well, the first thing that happened was a letter from a man whom Roscoe had defrauded of £7,000.
What?
7,000?
We were pretty shaken ourselves.
But, well, you mean the letter was to you?
No, it was to Roscoe. I opened it. It was from a man named Faulkner. There'd been some correspondence between them, and he had our address.
What did he say?
Faulkner said he was going to put the police onto him. I knew we couldn't risk any inquiries, so...
What did you do?
I went to see this man, Faulkner, and paid him £7,000. I said I was doing it out of gratitude to Roscoe.
Good God, you paid it? Well, that was pretty drastic. Wasn't there any other way?
I couldn't think of one.
Well, good heavens, man, why on earth didn't you get in touch with me straight away?
I had to move quickly. It was a question of hours. You remember you yourself acted without consulting me.
Yes. Yes, of course, I see. Well, I'll pay my share, of course.
I'm not worried about the money. There's worse to come.
Worse?
Yes. We learned a few days ago that the council are going to widen Blackett's Lane.
that's something I never thought of.
No, we should have thought of it.
When are they going to start?
Almost any day now.
Ah, what a lousy piece of luck. Oh, well, we'll have to get to work again, that's all.
Sally and I have already been at work.
What?
We've already moved the suitcase. It was quite a job. We spent the greater part of a night at the quarry.
Oh, hell, I really am sorry about this, John. Sally and you have had the whole thing on your shoulders. Anyhow, I'll take care of the rest. I can manage it on my own.
You certainly seem to dig faster than I do.
Yes, well, I'm a good bit stronger, of course.
Even so, I've been wondering how you managed to dig Roscoe's grave in less than an hour and a half.
Just kept sweating at it, old man.
I don't think that was it.
What the devil do you mean?
I mean that I know you couldn't have done it in that time.
What the hell are you suggesting?
I'm asking for an explanation.
There's nothing to explain. You're wrong, that's all.
Perhaps you knew he was going to die and dug the grave in readiness.
Good God, you don't
Or
get back on
perhaps
the...
you killed him because you hated him.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
It's something we'll be able to check up.
Oh, God.
Oh. Well, it looks as though I'll have to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it's about time we had it.
George! He didn't mean to, Sally. I know he didn't.
No, I didn't mean to. You've got to believe me, John.
What happened?
Well, it was after midnight. Eve was asleep. Suddenly there was a noise. And I looked up, and there he was, coming for me. Well, I went for him. Honestly, all I meant to do was to stop him.
Go on.
We struggled, and I got my hands on his throat. And then suddenly he sagged back, and I realized that he was dead. But I was simply defending myself. I swear it.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I was afraid. I said over and over again that I hated his guts. I didn't know whether you'd believe me. I had no witness. He was still asleep.
Yes, I had taken a sleeping pill.
And so I decided, well, I thought I might just get away with it. So I dug the grave. Then I rang you.
And let me believe that I was responsible when I hit him.
It was a lousy trick, I know.
It was unspeakable. How could you? John's been torturing himself, making himself ill.
The way I saw it, I had no option. Anyway, there it is. If you give me away now, I'm finished.
So, now we know.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
John, if you just leave it to me, I'll take care of everything. I don't really expect you to forgive me, but I can't believe you'll sacrifice Eve and me on account of Roscoe.
Let's go, Sally. Let's go home.
What are you thinking, darling?
But it's been a ghastly business.
And still is.
Yes. It's not over.
I suppose it could have been worse. I mean, it could have been murder.
We only have Chesterton's word for it that it wasn't.
Don't you think he was telling the truth?
How could one tell?
But, darling, whether he did it on purpose or by accident, he did it, not you. That, to me, is the important thing.
Could a semi-conscious man really become dangerous again so suddenly?
I think it's possible. He might have been shamming for a bit, and George could have thought him dangerous.
I wonder. Oh, we're just coming into Monmouth. I need some tobacco. Look after it, Sean.
Oh, I see one over there.
All right. I'll go into the station yard. There's no place to park. I won't be a minute. Heavens.
What's the matter, John? What are you staring at?
Sally, you see this man coming towards us? Do you know who he is?
No.
Mr. Mellanby. Well, you're the last person I expected to see here.
Yes, it's extraordinary. Sally, this is Charles Faulkner. You remember I took that check to him. My wife, Mr. Faulkner.
Oh, how do you do? Well, this is very remarkable. It prompts the old saying that the world's a small place.
Yes, indeed.
I remember I ran into a man on the quayside at Bangkok. Hadn't seen him for 20 years. Oh, but how are you, Mr. Mellanby? Any word from Roscoe?
No, we haven't heard.
You have a quixotic husband, Mrs. Mellanby. But what brings you here? Do you often come to these parts?
No, very rarely. We've just been visiting some friends who are staying here. And you? Are you on holiday?
Yes, just for a few days. I've always been fond of the Forest of Dean, especially at this time of year.
Are you staying in Monmouth?
Yes. I make it my headquarters.
You're not at the Crown, are you? We had an excellent lunch there.
No. No, I'm at the King's Arms. It's also very good. If you're at the Crown, perhaps you'll join me in a glass or something after dinner.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. Faulkner, but actually we're on our way home now.
Ah, well, in that case, I mustn't detain you. It's been very pleasant meeting you again, Mellenby. I shall always be grateful to you, but I know you don't like gratitude. Goodbye, Mrs. Mellenby.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
He seems a nice old man. Wake up, darling.
It's extraordinary.
Aren't you going to get your tobacco?
No, it doesn't matter. We'll stop later on. In fact, extraordinary isn't the word for it.
But it's the kind of thing that's always happening.
I'd have said he'd just come off a train.
What on earth makes you say that?
I think he came out of the station, and the papers and magazines he had under his arm. Just the sort of thing for a journey down from London.
Was it the London train?
I don't know. Do you mind if we stop again at a telephone box?
Darling, you're behaving very strangely.
I just want to make sure of something.
Well, there'll be a telephone in the station.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll go in there. Won't be long.
That was quick. Well, what was it you wanted to know?
Faulkner isn't staying at the King's Arms. They don't know him there. I thought he hesitated.
But why should he lie about it?
Sally, I'll swear he'd just come off the train.
But he didn't have to tell us. He was
I
saying
don't believe meeting him here was just a coincidence. Think of it. We come to see the Chestertons about Roscoe. And we meet a man I've only seen once before who's also connected with Roscoe. And he told us a phony story.
What are you driving at? Do you mean there may be some connection between Faulkner and the Chestertons?
Yes, perhaps.
Oh, I don't understand at all.
Neither do I. All I know is I'm not satisfied. There's something very peculiar here. And I'm going to find out what it is.
What are you going to do?
We've got to do this, Sally. We've got to go back to the caravan. Now. I'll stop here before we reach the hump of the hill where they can't see the car. We'll walk.
John, I'm rather frightened. Do you think it's wise?
We've got to see this thing through. Ready?
John, look. There's another car there now.
I can't see anyone from here, can you?
No. They may be sitting on the other side of the caravan.
Yes, you're right. I can see someone's foot.
Darling, the guests they spoke of must have arrived. Faulkner wouldn't have a car. He came by train. Perhaps we should go back.
They might have picked him up. And I think we ought to make sure now we're here.
We'll have to give some reason for coming back. What shall we say?
My watch. I'll say I dropped it somewhere. The strap broke. Come on. Roscoe! Roscoe? But how? How?
You damn fools. I thought you said they'd gone home.
I watched them drive off. How could I know they would come back?
I guess we've had it, Frank.
You swine.
Oh, come, we're not as bad as that. Nobody's been hurt after all. We're not really violent types. Only in fun, eh, Frank?
Only in fun, a few well-rehearsed punches.
Doesn't agony of mine mean anything to you? Do you realize what we've been through?
Oh, you're soft, Mellenby. You fret too much.
It was monstrous. The most monstrously wicked thing I've ever heard. Darling, Sally, you're right.
Yes, I think so. John, can we go away, please?
Yes, we will, very soon.
Oh, give her a chair. I can understand it's a bit of a shock.
How did you manage it? How did you do it? I saw him.
Ah, not him, Mellenby. Just a dressmaker's dummy, one of our few props. Oh, it would have deceived anyone 4 feet down in a poor light. It was quite well executed, don't you think?
A most polished performance, all of it.
Thank you. We had bad luck, of course. That road-widening nonsense.
And supposing I'd insisted on going to the police in the first instance?
And invite a 5-year sentence, it wasn't very likely. No one ever has.
You mean you've done this before?
Well, there are 1 or 2 chaps around who firmly believe they've killed Roscoe in a fight, aren't there, Frank?
There are. One born every minute, you know. Not all suitable material for this particular routine, of course. But then we've got other lines.
It seems a very tortuous way of making £7,000.
You know a better one. It came off, didn't it? Or would have done if it hadn't been for that damned road of yours. That's the acid test. Does it work? And £7,000 in a month is hardly to be sneezed at. All tax-free, don't forget. But, of course, Faulkner here is the real rascal, aren't you, Charles? A great actor.
Thank you, George. I do my best.
Well, then we're all
quite proficient, wouldn't you say?
You're proficient, all right. A fine predatory gang.
Yeah, that's it, Mellenby. Opportunity hunters on permanent safari. You just look around to see who you can do a good turn to. Rescuing your wife and kid was just a lucky break, of course. That kind of chance doesn't often happen.
You're very frank.
Well, man, considering what you know about us already, there's not much point in being anything else, is there? It's what they call a fair cop. But if you showed any signs of causing trouble, we'd be out of the country before the police had even got the particulars down, so don't get any funny ideas. But, you're not going to give us away.
What makes you say that?
My dear fellow, what would you gain by it? Of course, we all realize that we'll probably be jailed in the end. It's an occupational risk we accept. But why should you ruin your life by trying to hurry it up, eh?
Ruin myself?
That's what you'd be doing, Mellenby.
Yes, your name would stink if it all came out. I can just see it spread all over the local paper.
What do you think would happen if you told your story in court? Maybe you haven't thought of what it would sound like.
I'll be able to explain the position I was in. It's not as though I committed any crime.
Well, you certainly behaved as if you had. I tell you, Mellenby, if you don't keep your mouth shut, you'll be changing your name and emigrating in 6 months.
Don't listen to me, John.
I quite realize it wouldn't sound very nice.
Nice? It sounds really awful. Playing along with a bunch of crooks and not realizing it, falling for a lot of melodramatic threats, too scared to even go to the police.
Yes, I was scared.
John, stop. Stop it, all of you. It's not true what you're saying, any of it. He wasn't scared of going to the police. He wasn't. I tell you, it was me. I begged him not to. Everything he did was for me and Tony.
We've put things the way the world will see them.
I'm afraid you may be right, Sally.
John!
Besides, what are you going to tell the police? That you believe there had been a murder and kept quiet about it? Or just that you gave Faulkner £7,000?
You must admit, Mellenby, that you implored me to take...
I'd be just plain damn stupid to talk now.
Of course, we wouldn't let you be the loser. You can have your money back. That goes without saying. It's only fair. Yeah, you agree, George?
All right,
Me,
mate.
Charles?
Oh, yes, of course.
All right, that's settled then. As a matter of fact, we'll be really generous.
Are you going to take it, John?
Of course he's going to take it. I'll write it out now.
Will it be honored?
It'll be on it all right. We've pulled off several lucrative deals lately, haven't we, George?
Yes, we have. Oh, you needn't worry, Mellenby. It won't bounce.
There it is. £8,000, 1,000 extra for pain and suffering.
You think £1,000 covers what we've suffered?
Well, I'd suffer a lot for that myself.
If I do take it, it doesn't mean I condone anything you've done.
Oh, take it, you damn fool.
Well, it is my own, after all. And I don't see why I should wreck my life on account of a pack of scoundrels.
Oh, John.
Haven't we been through enough, Sally? It's no good. I just can't stand anymore. Come on, let's go home and try and forget. As for you, if I ever come across you or your accomplices again...
Don't worry. It's a long and lasting goodbye.
It had better be. Come on, Sally.
Oh, goodbye, my dear fellow. Goodbye.
What a monstrous, diabolical plan.
John, this time we've got to tell the police.
You think so?
We've got to, darling. We were wrong. It was all my fault, I know, but we were wrong. We can't do it again. We mustn't.
You're sure? If we keep our counsel now, nothing more can happen. It really is over.
Only for us. It's not really over. They'll do it again. They'll go on doing it. They'll make other people suffer just as we did. Darling, someone's got to stop them. They're relying on people just thinking about themselves and taking the easy way. Didn't you say yourself that if everyone did that, the world wouldn't be fit to live in?
Did I?
John, why do I have to say this? Surely you agree.
Of course I agree.
But you took the check as though it settled everything.
I had to, Sally. I had to make them feel absolutely safe and sure, or they'd clear off and get away.
Oh.
That's all. I couldn't let you know, could I?
Oh, I'm so relieved. I couldn't understand what was happening to you. You were terribly convincing.
And with any luck, they were convinced too. Sally, it's going to be pretty tough for us. You do realize that.
Will it be as bad as Roscoe said?
Well, you never can tell, but Roscoe doesn't know very much about decent people.
We'll just have to see it through.
That's it. We'll see it through together.
In The Golden Deed by Andrew Garve,
dramatized by Eileen Cullen. The part of John Mellenby was played by Peter Cook. Sally, his wife, Joan Matheson. Frank Roscoe, William Edel. George Chesterton, Ronald Baddeley. Eve Chesterton, June Tobin. Charles Faulkner, Hugh Manning. Kira, Daphne Jonathan. Tony Millenby, Glenn Grant. And the landlord, Kenneth Dyte. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Cedric Messina.
Radio 4. Now, Saturday Night Theatre. The Boss's Son, by Dave Simpson.
Hello? Anyone in? Mum? Dad?
Go on. I'll wait in the car till you've seen them.
Don't be daft. Come on. Mum! I don't think they're in anyway.
Oh, we're mad. You know that? Mad. I feel really embarrassed now that we're here.
Let's not go over that again, Hilary. You're here and that's that. They won't mind, I told you.
No, if it hadn't been for that last double whiskey, you'd never have persuaded me.
That's what you said when we first met. Now, come on, shut the door and I'll get you another double whiskey.
I'm nervous.
Oh, what'll it be? Whiskey? Gin? Vodka?
I don't think we should have anything. If they come back, see me here, uninvited, sitting back with a large whiskey in my hand, oh, that'll be the end.
Shut up. I'm their favourite only son. Now, whiskey, vodka...
Oh, all right. Whiskey.
I've been surprising them for 21 years. They're getting to enjoy it. Any water?
No, thanks.
I'd be a disappointment to them otherwise.
Which reminds me...
What?
When are you going to tell your dad?
I don't know.
You should tell him tonight.
All right. After dinner. Here's your drink.
Cheers. What dinner?
Smell. Mother's got one of her famous casseroles on. There'll be enough for 8, let alone 4. No, the only thing my mother will be worried about is whether your spare bed will be aired, even though it is summer and 80 in the shade.
Don't be rotten.
Oh, you should worry. They actually like you, you know.
Oh, yes?
Especially Dad, even if he doesn't go much for your politics.
Hey, you're as nervous as me, aren't you?
Me? Nervous? Oh, blimey.
Oh, here, take this glass, Brian.
Oh, God.
Hey, do you want me to hide under the sofa or something?
Mum?
Brian?
Ah, right first time.
The day early, we weren't expecting you to... Hello, Hilary.
Hello, Mrs. Shackleton. I hope we're
You didn't mind me bringing Hilary home, did you, Mum?
No, of course not.
I know I shouldn't spring these surprises on you, Mum, but it seemed like a good idea at the time, you know.
Of course we don't mind.
Are you sure?
Last time you were here, we said you were welcome to come any time.
So I don't think you meant it quite like this.
Oh, rubbish. Now, what about a drink? You must be thirsty after the long journey.
Oh, Mum, we'd love one.
What would you like, Hilary?
I don't mind.
Whiskey?
Yes, that would be nice.
Good. Anyway, it's nice to see you both. Are you well, Hilary?
Oh, very well.
Good. There you are, Pet.
Thanks.
You help yourself, Brian. You usually do.
Thanks very much. Where's Dad, anyway?
Oh, he'll be in soon.
He's not still down at the mill.
Of course. He started a night shift up recently, and he goes down a couple of nights a week just to see it started.
He must be doing well.
Well, considering what it's like, for the time being, I suppose he is. Anyway, he shouldn't be long. I know he'll be glad to see you both.
It's typical, Hilary. He's about as predictable as a drunken camel.
Oh, well, I'm sorry if we put you to trouble.
Hilary, it's lovely to see you. I love surprises, especially this kind.
Oh, well, I've got another one for you after dinner, Dad.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
Oh, sounds interesting. Can't you tell us now, Brian?
I'd rather not.
In that case, I can hardly wait.
Here we go.
In fact, I'll probably get indigestion trying to scoff me food down. But never mind. It's nice to see you both. Now then, Brian.
I'm full up.
She's a good cook, your mum.
The best.
She's all right, is your mother. She's been very patient with me, you know. I've given her a hard time in the last few years.
Have you?
Oh, you don't know the half. Not the half, Brian. And she sits back and she takes it all. She doesn't moan. How many women have you met that don't moan? And she's had cause to do. Well, I've been lucky, and I hope you'll be lucky. I tell you that, Brian. I hope you'll be as lucky with Hillary.
What?
She's a nice girl. She's got spirit. I like her. Well, we both do, your mum and me. We'll be right happy for the pair of you.
Hey, hang on a minute, Dad. I think you've got the wrong end of the stick.
Oh, what's that?
Well, I haven't come to chat to you about me and Hillary getting married.
You not?
No. No, it's nothing to do with that.
Well, aren't you going to marry her?
Well, I don't know. We've not talked about it. No, what I wanted to
You've not talked about it?
Look, listen, Dad, it's something more important.
More important?
I want to talk to you about my future.
You see?
Well, you must wonder what I want to do.
Well, it's crossed my mind.
I want to come in the mill, Dad. I said I want to come and work in the mill.
You're mad.
What?
Well, all the fighting and arguing and shouting we had before you started college. You spend 3 years at college studying English, and you come home and tell me you want to start in the mill? Well, you're mad, Brian.
I'm not mad.
I gave in 3 years ago, and now you come home and tell me you want to come in the mill? You're telling me you've wasted 3 years at college.
It's not been wasted.
Well, what good is an English degree going to do you in the mill?
Those 3 years sorted me out, Dad.
Sorted you out?
They did. I can understand it better. I know what you feel. I'm not the same person I was 3 years ago.
Oh, don't be daft.
I thought you'd be pleased, Dad.
Oh, you're only doing it to please me, are you?
Of course I'm not.
Listen, son. 3 years ago, you nearly broke my heart. Never mind the fact that you didn't follow me into the mill. That hurt less than some of the things we said to each other. Well, I've got over it now. I'm coming out of it. I'm even coming round to the opinion you were right. You need a degree. You need an education. And these days, you need to own a mill like you need a broken neck. So I'm telling you, don't come in the mill, lad. Go out into the world and use your degree.
Oh, yeah. What about all that tradition?
Well, that was pure sentimentalism, nothing more.
Well, I'm sorry, Dad. I've thought about it, and I want to come in a mill. I think I've something to give.
Oh, God.
Don't be so cynical. Now, will you take me or not? Well, will you?
Are you sure?
Positive, yes. Well?
Go on, then. Go on, then, Brian.
Yeah, but can I say something about how I come in?
Oh, you're making conditions already, are you?
No. Look, I don't believe in privilege. I don't want any special favours.
You won't get any.
I want to come in as a worker, an ordinary worker.
An apprentice, you mean?
That's right. I want to work my way through. I want an apprentice salary and no privileges. No privileges at all.
Treat you like all the other buggers.
That's right. Is that okay?
Well, I'll tell you. You'd have done that anyway. And I'll tell you something else and all. You've got a long haul, lad. To go up through the apprentice scheme is no easy number.
I know that.
You'll work your knackers off during the day and you'll be studying at night. You understand?
Sure.
And you still want to go ahead?
Yes.
Right. You can start on Monday. Okay?
Monday?
Too early for you?
No,
Monday it is, then. Oh, your mum will get a shock. Hey, are you really not going to marry that Hillary?
Well, I don't know, Dad.
Does she know about all this?
Oh, she pushed me into telling you tonight.
Good for that. Anyhow, let's get back.
Oh, Dad.
Yeah, what's that?
You are pleased about it.
Pleased? I think you're bloody mad, really, but... I'm as chuffed as hell, lad.
Your mother's very discreet, the way she ushered your dad upstairs and left us on our own.
Oh, yes, I liked her yawn. And then Dad going on, but it's only 10:30, and looking really vague, and my man pulling him out of his chair.
And then his face dawned.
Yes. Oh, I see. Really subtle, isn't he?
He's sweet. How'd you feel?
What about?
To mill.
Oh,
You're still sure?
Of course I'm not. I'm scared stiff. But I'll do it for him. What else have I got?
I still can't see you being a boss.
No. We all mellow, though, don't we?
Do we?
Even you.
No, yes.
I mean, socialism's okay when you're poor, but you've got to have bloody high principles to stay a socialist when you're rich. We're basically selfish, you know. I'm all right, Jack.
I don't think you're selfish.
Ah, well, I've yet to be put to the test. If I stick the course, if I make it to management and take over from Dad, that's when I'll find out about principles. Just hope I don't change, that's all.
So do I.
If I don't, it should be interesting to see what happens.
Revolutionary management.
Yeah, I don't think Dad knows what he's taking on with me.
There again, maybe he does.
Maybe.
But I still don't envy you, you know.
No. Tell me, Hilary.
Yes?
How do you fancy being a boss's wife?
Oh, come on, Brian.
No, I'm serious.
What's this? Are you going for a record or something?
What do you mean?
Oh, total respectability in one evening. Find yourself a job with prospects, throw in a wife, and what have you got?
You knew I was going to ask you. I mean, it's been sort of unspoken anyway.
Yes, and that was the best way to keep it.
No, come on, Hilary. How about it?
I don't know, Brian. Since you decided definitely to go to work for your father, I've been thinking about it. I can't see myself as the wife of a mill owner.
What?
The image is ludicrous. I mean, standing back, putting all emotion aside.
How can you do that?
No, not very easily. But apart from that ludicrous image, it means me having to move up here.
Oh, I thought you liked the North.
It's to visit. I don't know what it'll be like to live here. Listen, then I'd have to find a job up here.
Well, you're going to have to find a job anyway.
I really don't know, Brian. I won't commit myself.
Really?
Oh, you thought I'd just jump in with both feet, did you?
No, it's not that.
I'm not going to say anything this weekend. I'll go home to my parents for the summer, and then I'll see. But don't try and push me. I mean, I'm not too overboard on the idea of marriage anyway.
Oh, I could just see Mum and Dad if I told them we decided to live together instead.
I wasn't suggesting that. I just want you to know how I feel about it generally, right?
Right.
Now, we better go to bed. Hey, in a minute.
We're all going soft, that's the trouble, Hilary. When I think about working conditions only 20 years ago, the workers today don't know that they're born.
Oh, well, it's the unions that have brought that about.
The unions? Oh, don't make me...
And that's the end of the round.
No.
Grandad and Aunt Maud are here.
Oh, aye, Hilary, whatever happens, don't start in front of Grandad and Aunt Maud.
Why not?
Just a friendly warning.
Well, for a start, Aunt Maud is very prim and proper, Hilary. 56, unmarried and unsullied.
Oh, Brian.
Ah, but she's a lovely lady all the same. Do anything for me.
She's soft.
And then Grandad, he's so far right, he's almost on the touchline.
What's that? Hello, Dad. We're talking football.
Well, how are you, Dad?
Hello, Grandad. I'm all right. How are you?
You know, it's still warm out there. I'm quite sweltering. Where is he, then?
Hello, Aunt Maud.
Come on, then. Give your Aunt Maud a kiss.
Oh.
Oh, that's fine. You're looking very well, Brian.
Am I?
Very well.
I thought you might have been round to see us yesterday, Brian.
Well,
Leave the lad alone, Daddy. Needed a day to recover, didn't you, Brian?
He was very tired when he got home.
Of course he was.
Never mind. I'm just pleased you made the right decision about the mill, lad.
Yes. Well, anyway, I'd like you to meet Hilary.
Hello.
Oh, yes, Edwin said Brian had got his girlfriend up for the weekend. Pleased to meet you, Hilary.
Are you from London? Yes. I can't stand the place myself. You know, I've only been down a couple of times, but that was enough for me. It was all rush, rush, rush. You can hardly get your breath. And that doesn't do for me. I expect I'm used to it.
Well, dinner's ready if you are.
Oh,
well, come on then.
Come on then.
Maud, you sit here. Brian and Hilary here.
Oh, we've got placings now, have we? Usually it's come as you are, sit where you please and get tucked in.
Don't believe a word he says, Hilary. He just likes to show people up.
When we were at home, we didn't dare bring anyone back. Feared Dad'd be on to 'em soon as they entered the door.
That's not true.
Not that they'd want to come round any road. They were usually too scared.
Quite untrue. Didn't take long to bring you home, did he, Mary?
Oh, well, he was trying to impress me with a big house.
And I should have known better.
No, you should.
You were never scared of me, were you, Mary?
Not a bit.
There you are, then.
Well, anyway, you can all start, you know, instead of staring at each other like sheep. So, are you going to open some wine, Edwin?
I will indeed. The regathering of the Shackleton clan definitely calls for a celebration.
Not long now.
No.
When will I see you again, then?
September?
That long?
We'll see.
Why?
I just think it's best.
Who for? Look, just because I want us to get married doesn't mean to say we've got to cut off ties until you make up your mind. Look, you're not marrying my family or the family business. You're marrying me. Well, we've not got to see each other for a couple of months, I don't know.
You'll be busy anyway.
I'll be busy in September. If you ask me, top and bottom of it is that you don't really know if you love me. Well?
It's not as simple as that.
It's as simple as that for me. I love you. I think we've got something going for us, so I want to live with you. I mean, it doesn't come more simple than that. The boss's son bit doesn't even come into it.
September. Please, Brian.
Okay. September. But I'm going to ring you every week.
No, you know I don't like phones. Write to me. Please, don't ring.
Okay, I'll write to you.
If you're not too tired.
Oh, I'll cope.
I'm going to have to get on. We'll be going out in a minute.
Yes.
Thanks for a lovely weekend, Brian. And good luck today.
And you will write back?
Of course I will. Bye, love.
Mavis, Betty, don't switch frames on yet. I want a word. Can you tell April over there? And Gordon if he's in.
He's here now.
Oh, good. And Betty, get Restman from toilets, will you?
What is all this?
No, I won't keep you long. Can you listen to me a sec? Well, I thought I'd better tell you I've got Brian Shackleton starting today.
Who?
Brian Shackleton, Mr. Shackleton's son.
Oh, God. What's he doing? Yeah, I thought he were at college.
Well, he were. He finished it summer.
What do you want to work here for? He must be bloody mad.
Like all of us. He's working his way through.
Is he a good-looking lad? That's what I want to know.
Hey, no, we'll have none of that neither, Betty.
He's only human, isn't he?
He's got what you got, hasn't he, Fred?
That's not saying much.
No, come on, I'm serious.
So are we.
Any road, what are you telling us for, Fred?
No, it don't make the difference.
Well, I thought I'd just let you know he's coming in on the apprentice scheme.
That's a lie.
No, fair dues. Good for him if he is.
Well, he is. He'll be coming in at 9. And don't start giving him funny looks neither, will you? Give the lad a chance. He'll probably be a mite nervous.
Well, I'll leave you in Fred's capable hands then, Brian.
Okay. See you later, Dad.
Hey, and Fred.
Yeah?
Don't take any lip from him.
He better not try.
And I'll not see you for lunch, Brian.
No, Dad. Is it all right if I have sandwiches here, Fred?
Oh, there's a room at back where some of them go.
Right, I'll see you when I see you then, lad.
Okay.
Well, any road, Brian. Nice to see you again.
And you, Fred. How are you?
Oh, pressing on. I must say, you could have knocked me down with a feather this morning when your dad came in and told me news. Surprise of my life. What's it all about?
Oh, you know.
Change of heart?
Something like that. Any road, where do we start?
Must be a few years since you were last in here.
It is. I'd almost forgotten what it smells like.
You'll soon get used to it. There's been a few changes, mind.
The new frames, you mean?
30,000 quid each, Brian.
Honestly?
Come on. I'll take you through all processes. Now then, this is the drawing section. Can you remember?
Okay.
Well, the wool comes into us like this, you see. This thick interwoven wool here. Now, it's what we call reduce through these frames onto rovings here. And there's a wagon for them. Now, these frames here reduced for the uniplex spinning. And those new frames, in other words. And these over here are reducing for the cap spinning. Hey, 80 years old, some of these frames, you know. Oh, they're older than your granddad.
Yeah. By the way, Fred.
What?
Do they all know who I am?
Oh, I told them.
Well, you know, I don't want to be treated any differently.
Oh, yeah, your dad said something.
That's important, Fred.
Oh, that isn't be.
What do you mean?
Well, you're still big boss's son to them, you know. You can't change that.
I know that.
Yeah. So long as you do, that's fair enough. Anyway, come on. I'll show you that uniplex. It's 20 yards long, is this frame. Your dad's pride and joy. He put these in the year you went to college.
I know.
Hey, and we knocked down 8 of the old cap frames to put in these 3. Your dad got a government grant for it. Took 6 months. You know, they build them up piece by piece. It's a bit like Meccano watching them do it. Seemed a miracle the bloody thing worked when they switched it on. Hello, love. How they running?
Not bad. Night shift left bar side in a mess, mine. Should see laps they've left. Have you seen it?
Oh, in a minute, love. They're always complaining.
Oh, Fred.
What?
Sorry, that lad over there.
Where?
Over there.
Oh, Gordon, you mean?
Gordon?
That's right. Why?
I think I know him, that's all. I went to school with him, if it's same lad.
Well, he's only been here a couple of months.
What's he do?
Takes off and sets the cap spinning.
Do you mind if I go and have a quick word with him?
Oh, go on.
Yeah. Hello. Gordon, isn't it?
Hey, I know you.
Brian Shackleton.
Of course. I never twigged when Fred said something about it this morning. I remember when we were at school, you said your dad owned a mill. I never put 2 and 2 together when I came here. And you started today?
That's right.
How are you, anyhow?
Not so bad. How about you?
Getting by.
What have you been up to?
Oh, I've been around. Hey, you haven't changed much, you know.
Nor have you.
Apart from the hair.
That's true.
No. Anyhow, I left school at the end of the 5th year. Went into a bank. Stuck it for a couple of years, thought I couldn't stand it any longer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
After that, I bummed round for a couple of years. Before going abroad last year. I hitched round, got work where I could. Then I came back. Couldn't find a job. Bingo. I lumbered myself with this. Oh, hey, oh, sorry.
That's all right. Look, I'll have to get back to Fred. Do you fancy a drink tonight?
Oh, I fancy a drink any time.
Great. I'll meet you in the Bull at 8. How's that?
That's in Beacon Street.
That's the one.
Ah, OK. 8 o'clock.
Right. Maybe I'll see you at lunch anyway.
He looks now like his dad, does he?
Thank the Lord.
He's got shifty eyes like his dad, mind.
Has he, Eckers like?
Just like his dad's.
He's got nice eyes.
I tell you, April, those eyes are spitting image of his dad's. What do you think, Mavis?
I've not looked at him like you.
Well, take my word for it. He looked at me and I thought he'd got...
Here you are, Brian. Put yourself down on one of them bobbins.
Oh, cheers, Gordon. How'd you do?
Is it tea or coffee?
Tea.
No, you did right. Coffee's like oil and tastes worse. You all right, April?
Yeah?
Good. How's it going, Martha? You look happy.
All right. What have you got?
Sorry?
For your dinner?
Oh, beef and onion and some roast ham.
I'll swap you. Shut up, Martha.
Well,
Go on, I'll swap you. Take no notice of her. Here you are. Give us one of them beef and onion for this one.
what is it?
Fish paste. Don't be so cheeky, Martha. Take no notice of her.
No, it's all right. Here.
Thank you very much. Oh, you cheeky you are. Very nice. Fish paste, all right. Good. Bringing sandwiches every day, are you?
I think so.
Ah, well, it's cheaper, isn't it? Can't afford naught else these days. Not that it makes much difference to you, mind.
Shut up, Martha.
April, will you stop telling me to shut up? Do you like them?
Sorry?
Here. Do you like?
Oh, aye, yes. You?
It's all right. I've been here about 10 months. I worked at Appleyards for that.
Aye.
Didn't like it there. Miserable lot. Paid better than here, mine.
Did they?
Well, not much, but a bit more, you know.
Hey, Gordon, I'm thinking of joining the union here.
You what?
The union. I said I'm thinking of joining the
What union?
What do you mean?
We've got no union as far as I know.
What with that?
Did you say union?
What's he up to? What are you up to?
Sorry?
If you're talking about unions, there ain't one here.
No, never has been, and I've been here 11 years. That's right, isn't it, April?
Aye, it is. When I came, I asked about joining union. Your dad's never had one.
I didn't know that.
Well, he hasn't.
Well, why's that?
Huh, you ask him. You're his son. I got nowhere.
More coffee, Edwin?
Tell, love.
Brian?
Please, Mum.
There you are now.
Thanks. Dad?
What's that?
How is it you've got no union in the mill?
Union?
Yeah.
Well, what do we want a union for?
I didn't know you were a non-union mill.
No, we've never had a union in our place. No, never want to. We want productivity, not inactivity. You start a union and you can't pick your nose without consulting them first.
Edwin.
Well, it's true. Oh, you don't need a union in a small family mill like ours. We've always had good relations with our employers, and we don't want to ruin it with a union.
I was talking to a girl called April about it.
Oh, her? Well, she's a right troublemaker, that one. She were on about union first day she started.
I didn't know you felt as strongly as that.
I tell you, Brian, I've seen the union ruin family businesses.
Don't exaggerate.
It's true, and all because of some minor piggling dispute that wasn't worth talking about.
Well, what happens if some of your employees have got a grievance then? Where do they go to, Dad?
They come to me, direct to me.
Oh, you could hardly call yourself impartial, Dad.
Well, they've never been afraid of talking to me. We sort it out between us. That's how we've always done it, and that's how we'll continue to do it. Now, why all this talk about a union, any road?
I was thinking of joining the union myself.
Yeah? You what?
I thought it'd help me get a bit closer to the other workers, instead of them just thinking of me as the boss's son.
Oh, don't make me laugh. Oh, you must be daft. You've nothing in common with them, lad. Absolutely nothing. You'd be daft to try.
I want to break down the barrier between management and employee.
Oh, my God. He's only been in mill a day, and listen to him, Mary.
Yes, I'm listening to him.
He's already talking about management relations and unions. Oh, good grief. Break down the barriers.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to do.
I can't believe it. You're naive, lad. You're an innocent. They'll let you lie. Give 'em a chance.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Now, whether you like it or not, you're my son. I'm the boss. You're the boss's son. And you may be starting as an apprentice, lad, but no matter how you look at it and how they look at it, you're different from them.
Ridiculous.
And that's the top and bottom of it. You can't be one of them, no matter how hard you try. Oh, they'll be nice to you and they'll be friendly and you can have a joke together. But there'll always be that edge. They can't help it no more than you. And as for all that talk about unions...
Yeah, then we'll see.
Oh, we'll see, all right.
How can you be so patronising towards
It's reality.
You're so condescending. I mean, we're no better than they are.
Oh, you'll find out, Brian. A few months in mill and all your newfound educational theories of equality will soon prove hogwash.
Listen to him, Mum.
Well, listen to you. You don't seem to understand. I like my employees, I do. They're nice people, I get on with them. But you have to face the reality that they work for me. I employ them, I pay them. In return, they work 40 hours a week for me. Now, that is the arrangement. Those are the facts. They may be equal as people, but in the working situation, they are not. They are answerable to me. That's the status quo, and you can't change it.
That coffee's cold, Brian. Do you want some more?
No, thanks. I've got to go out in a minute.
Oh?
Yeah, I'm going for a drink, Dad. With one of your employees, Gordon James. Know him?
Of course. He's worked for us for a couple of months.
You've no objections, have you, Dad?
What?
Going for a drink with one of your employees?
No. No, of course not. Mind, if you become too familiar, people use the situation.
Oh, you are a cynic, Dad.
Well, it's happened to me. Oh, the boss's friend. Think they can get away with murder. They take advantage. It's human nature. I never employ any of your friends either. My rule is never to mix with employees socially except at official functions and then slip away early on. But you're your own boss, Brian. You find out the rules for yourself.
Quiet pub.
Monday, isn't it? Cheers, any road.
Cheers. Hey, Gordon, do you remember when we were up in Windermere with the school and 4 of us went into the Queen's Head? You were with us, weren't you?
Oh, aye. We were only 15.
And I must have looked 12.
And little John Belling was supposed to follow us in, and he chickened out.
Yeah. Hey, didn't we used to call him Baby Belling?
That's right.
He'd have had to have climbed onto the bar stool for the landlord to have seen him.
Hey, and that barman. Was it you who asked for 4 beers?
No, it was Kevin, what's his name? I can't remember.
Kevin Mason, were it?
Yeah, that's right.
Ah, and the barman looked down at all 4 of us, slowly, looking at us one at a time, and said,
Sorry, we don't serve halves. Clear off.
Still, they served us in the nag.
Aye, that was my first taste of beer.
Ah, and mine. God, it was horrible.
I was sick on the way back to the hostel, can you remember?
All over Kevin Mason's new shoes.
Was he mad?
Ah.
I'll tell you what, though.
What?
I've got used to the stuff now.
And me. Are you, courting?
Sort of.
Well, what do you mean, sort of?
Well, I suppose I've got a girl down in London that I met at college.
Suppose?
Well, have they?
Serious?
Well...
what I mean is, do you get a regular nibble?
Don't be so bloody nosy.
Oh, aye, well, it must be serious if you won't tell us.
What about you, any road?
Me? You must be joking. I play the field, nothing steady about me. I like to enjoy myself, move around, bit of freedom.
Oh.
I like a bit of excitement, and there's naught exciting about the same girl every night. Well, you start going steady and your life's not your own. Want to change you, tell you what to do. I know, I've tried it. Oh, it may be all right for some, but not for me.
Hello, Gordon.
Well. Hello, April.
Hello,
Hello, April.
What you doing here?
What do you think? We've not come to play bingo.
Who's your mate?
Her name's June.
Hello, June.
Say hello, June. This is Gordon. Hello, Gordon. She's a bit shy, can't help it. Oh, I'm sorry, love. I'm always doing that and I make her worse.
April and June. I like that. Where's May?
You what? Oh, you're too witty by half, you are.
You mean he's a half-wit?
Oh, he's funny and all, isn't he? June, this is my boss's son. He started today, didn't you?
Yeah.
What you doing here, then?
Aren't you allowed in pubs?
Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
Oh, me and Gordon are old mates from school.
Are you?
Yeah. Aren't you sitting down?
Oh, thank you. Shall we join him, June? If you like.
Would you like a drink?
Oh, no, thanks. We've just got one in, haven't we, June? Yeah. We've only just come in, you see. We were standing at the bar. When I looked over, I saw you sitting down here. Not seen you in here before, Gordon.
No, I don't normally drink, April.
Oh, you little liar. Your local's Green Man, isn't it?
That's right. Next door but one to me. Where do you live, June?
She lives in...
Oh, let her speak for herself. No wonder she's shy when you won't let her get a word in edgeways.
Oh, it's like that, is it? I live in Gimbold Road.
Oh, aye. That's just off Welland Road, isn't it?
That's right.
I had a mate used to live in Baker Street.
Who was that?
Jim Gummersall.
Oh, I know him.
Do you?
I went out with him once. He took me to the pictures. We went to see one of them horror films. Something like Werewolf Returns.
Oh, one of them Walt Disney films.
No. Any road he passed out in the middle of it, fainted. 1 minute he would holding me hand, next he would disappearing slowly under seat. I was right embarrassed. Never went out with him again.
Oh, aye, what a funny bloke. I played football with him for Melham United B team in the South Avon Premier League, Division 4.
Aye.
I were right back. Oh, we had to drop him at end. Every time he headed the ball, his nose started bleeding.
That sounds like him.
Any road. Look, Joan, let me buy you a drink.
Oh, well...
Come on. Come over to the bar with me.
Oh, well, all right.
Great. We'll see you later, kids.
Oh, that's very nice, I must say.
Be good.
Oh, I always am.
Well,
She soon lost her shyness, didn't she?
Do her good.
Well, maybe.
Nah, never mind. Cheers. Have you always worked at the mill?
Oh, aye. Ever since I left school.
Where'd you go to?
I went to Greenbank. Where did you?
Oakhead.
Oh, did you? Oh, I hated school. I was right glad to leave. I didn't know till my last year, you know.
No?
Oh, I took some CSEs, you know, but everybody does that, don't they? I think I got grade 3 or 4 in them, I can't remember. It's not important any road, is it?
I suppose not.
But I heard you're a bit of a brain box.
Oh, aye. Where'd you hear that?
The girls were talking today, and Fred said she'd just left college.
Yeah, that's right.
You must have liked school then.
No, I didn't like it. I put up with it.
Oh, I hated it. It were right boring. You could do what you wanted. The teachers didn't care. You couldn't work even if you wanted to. What were college like?
Oh, great. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, I couldn't have done no more studying. I were right glad to go into the mill.
Do you like it then?
Can't say I like it. Who likes work? But it's better than school, and I like money. That's why we all work, isn't it? But money.
I suppose so.
Well, you can't live without it. Me dad's always going on about what he'd do if he won pools. Been talking like that for years. Makes me laugh.
Why?
Well, he's stupid, isn't he? There's no use talking like that. He's just dreaming, isn't he?
I suppose he is. But that's not wrong. We all dream, don't we?
Oh, aye, yeah, but instead of dreaming about more money, he should go out and do something about it. If we all sit back like my dad, just dream and do nought, then no one will bother. Your lot will get away with murder, paying us the piddling bit we get now.
Hey, less of your lot.
Well, what do you expect?
Yeah, okay. But I agree with you. I mean, why do you think I want to work in the family business?
I don't know.
Because I want to change the setup as it is. The textile industry is woefully underpaid. Well, at least the women are. Most of the men are overlookers.
Which is all wrong.
Agreed. But that's one of the reasons why it is badly paid. Because it's an industry mainly based on women. Most of you don't care.
I do.
Well, you're in the minority, then. You see, most of the women's husbands are looked on as the breadwinners, so that their money's just pin money.
Mavis lives on her own with 3 kids.
Yeah, well, okay, there are exceptions. But what I'm trying to say is that a union has to put these women into the right mental state of believing they should be on equal pay with men in comparable industries.
Eh?
I want them to be paid what they're worth. And we've got to get away from saying that 30-odd quid a week, whatever it is you get...
£38.80.
Yeah, right, well, we've got to get away from saying that is good money for women to earn.
Exactly.
And apart from that, I want worker participation in the industry.
You what?
So that you have a say in the running of the firm.
Oh, I don't think I want that.
Ah, well, you should do. Don't just aim at more money in your pocket.
It sounds funny, you talking like this.
Why?
Well, it just does. I mean, to hear you talking about a union today, well, it's like going against your dad.
Oh, I'm not going against him. I'm just trying to change him. I believe every worker should be represented by a union.
So do I.
Yeah, and I think it's all wrong we haven't got one at our place. Well, anyway, it's something I want to think about. Come on, April, drink up. I'll get you another.
At least the first week's nearly over. It seemed like a lifetime. By Wednesday, I was looking at the clock every 5 minutes. I was sure it must have stopped. I really don't know how the others stick the job. They do the same thing day in, day out. It's so boring and monotonous and noisy, and most of them have been doing something like this from the day they left school. It would drive me round the bend. They seem a very apathetic lot, most of them anyway, never looking further than their machines. It's depressing. For example, as I told you, there is no union, and none of them seem to be aware of questioning working conditions, pay, etc., etc. Most of them accept everything at face value. I've come to the conclusion this is because most of the workers are women. Yes, I'm serious. Anyway, I'm not too happy about some of the conditions of work, and I mean to talk to Dad about it. I've missed you very much this week, Hilary. Please write back soon. I do love you. Bye.
Well, I think he's all right.
Oh, he's all right.
Oh, seems to be.
Aye, that's half trouble. I'd never tell him out in case he went back to his dad.
He's not like that.
Oh, no.
I've spoken to him.
Aye, and I bet that's not all you've done neither.
Oh, shut up, you dirty bugger.
Any road a week's too early to judge even devil.
And talk at devil.
You on about me again?
More likely me.
Any road. Here you are, darlings. Catch.
Thanks.
Which reminds me, what did the nuclear scientist eat for dinner?
What?
No? Fish and chips.
What was that?
Fish and chips. Fish on chips. No? Never mind. I don't know why I bother.
Hey, did you put some vinegar on, Gordon?
I did, Mavis.
Oh, no.
Here you are, Gordon.
Pays after Agnes, love.
Ta. That coffee machine's bust again. I've just lost 6p.
I'll see Fred about it.
Every week I lose something in it.
I must have lost 12p in it last week. Been like this for months.
Well, why don't you do something about it then?
Like what?
Nothing's done if you complain.
If you all complain together, something to be done.
It would, April.
Not worth it.
Well, can you afford to lose money in it?
Can't.
Well, then it's worth it. So I'll have a word with me dad.
Ducks might fly.
Oh, you stupid you are, Martha. Any road pigs might fly.
You what?
Never mind. That loo and all.
You what?
That loo won't flush proper, will it? You know what it stinks like.
Don't go on about it when we're eating, April.
Summat ought to be done about it.
The men's are pretty bad and all.
Aye. They ought to supply us with gas masks.
But they're not half as bad as ours. Why do you think we go for a smoke in yours and not ours?
April, will you shut up about blinking toilets?
But it's not right. Now, if we had a union, we could go...
That's true.
Now, don't start talking like that, with.
He agrees with us. Don't you, Brian?
Oh, it's Brian, is it?
Yes, I do, Martha. And while we're on about this, something ought to be done about those hand towels. They're never clean.
He only changes them once a week.
Okay.
And what about a union?
I don't
Oh,
know.
you're asking for trouble if you start talk like that.
What do you mean, Martha?
Like I said, I've been here 11 years and we've never had a union.
So?
A couple of times somebody tried to start one.
Well, go on.
Well, he got to hear of it, you know.
And?
They sacked him.
Sacked him?
Aye.
No, I don't believe it.
There you are. I told you. I shouldn't have said out, not in front of him. Well, it's true.
He wouldn't do that.
But he did.
Okay. I'll have a word with him. I'll make some inquiries about starting up a union, too.
No wine, Brian.
Please, Mum. No, listen, Dad. Oh, thanks. Dad, it's all very well saying it's been like that for years.
Well, it has. No one's ever complained about these towels before.
No, they wouldn't. And I don't suppose anyone's ever complained about that toilet either. In fact, the men's and the women's.
Oh, well, that has been mentioned recently, I must say, with hot weather and...
Dad, it's hardly going to cost you anything. Certainly not to replace the towel every day.
Every day?
Well, why not?
Well, imagine the laundry bills on that.
Oh, Dad, don't be so penny-pinching.
Don't call me penny-pinching.
Look, will the pair of you calm down?
Well, he's been working here a week and he's already telling me how to run the business.
Oh, that's what I'm not doing. I'm telling you how to look after your workers a bit better.
In the business a week and he thinks he's one of the workers.
I am a worker.
The pair of you, I won't have you arguing at the dinner table.
Can't you make him see sense, Mum? Don't you think I've got a point?
Well, if the toilets are as bad as you describe...
And they are.
Are they, Edwin? Edwin.
I suppose so.
Then Brian's right, isn't he, Edwin?
Good God, he's only been working there a week.
And that's irrelevant.
Now, don't start that again, please. What are you going to do then, Edwin?
I'll get a plumber in first thing Monday.
Good.
And the towels?
I'll see they're changed every day.
Great. You're not an unreasonable bloke after all, Dad.
Unless of your cheek. Now, something you've got to learn is that once you start making concessions like this, you never stop. They'll find everything wrong. You give them an inch and they'll take a mile. You'll soon learn, lad.
I'll say one thing, though, Edwin.
What's that?
Brian's certainly keeping you on your toes.
Treading on him more like. Aren't you, lad?
Go over, Dad.
Not that I mind too much.
One thing, though, Dad.
Oh, here he goes again, Mary.
No.
My wages.
His wages? What about your wages? Have we ever paid you?
After deductions, I only get £24.36.
Well, you will do. You're on emergency tax, aren't you?
Yeah, but gross. I only get £38.80.
Well, don't stop moaning now. You're the one who said he wanted to be paid the same as the other workers.
Is that all they get?
Well, some on piecework can earn more. Cap spinning, they also get 6p a doff on top of the basic, but, well, that's right, yes.
That's ridiculous.
They got a pay rise only 6 months ago.
Aren't the national average weekly earnings over £70?
Oh, you can't take notice of national averages, can you?
Why not?
Well, averages always distort the true figures. Look, lad, if you really want the truth, it's low wages that have kept the industry just about on its feet. If we paid wages like some of these other industries, we could never compete against the cheap labour of our foreign competitors. Now, that is an economic fact.
Fair enough. But you should at least pay what your competitors in this country pay. Would you agree?
Well, of course.
So what's the union rate then, Dad?
Oh, don't bring the union into this.
Do you know what the union rate is?
All this talk about unions, what do you think you're up to?
Has anyone ever tried to organise a union in the mill, Dad?
What?
I said, has anyone ever tried to organise...
All right, I heard you.
Well?
What are you asking that for?
I just wanted to know, that's all.
Why? Why do you want to know?
Edwin, don't get excited.
What does he want to know that for?
It's true, isn't it, Dad?
What's true?
I didn't believe it, but it's true, isn't it? Why are you so against the union, Dad?
Because I can't see a union benefiting Shackletons in any way, and that has to be my prime concern.
But it might benefit your workers, Dad. Aren't they important?
Yes, of course they are.
Well, then.
I can't see how it will benefit them.
Oh, well. I don't know about a closed shop, Dad, but you've certainly got a closed mind.
I'll say one thing about your dad's mill.
What's that?
It makes me appreciate a place like this more than ever. Oh, lovely. You know something, Brian?
What?
It's a lousy life.
Oh, that's a sudden, profound statement coming from you, Gordon.
Well, I'm full of it, aren't I?
Oh, why?
Well, what I mean is, I do a boring, mindless job 5 days a week, 40 hours a week. And why? What for? Just to get a few coppers in my pocket to go and have a few pints and a good time, if you can call it that. It's a funny system, no matter how you look at it.
Why do you stick it?
At your dad's place.
You can do other things. You got the qualifications, as they say.
A few GCEs. Oh, I don't know. Well, there's not much to do. No work around here. And as for making a career...
As they say.
As they say. Well, I've no better idea than I had when I was 16. Oh, I've crossed a few off my list, that's about all. But no matter what I do, it's still all about putting money in your pockets. Which seems bloody pointless.
How about politics?
You what?
Are you interested in politics?
Politics? You must be joking. I'm not some clown.
How would you like to be a shop steward? I'm serious.
Oh, that's your trouble. It'll be the downfall of you, that.
No. Listen to me. Come on, Gordon.
Oh, go on then. I'll calm myself down. Right. I'm listening.
I've been making inquiries about pay, union rates, this sort of thing.
Bloody hell, you are serious.
Yeah, so I rang up the Textile Workers Union, and I found out that my dad is paying 25p a week less than the minimum union rate.
25p?
Well, I've said nothing to him yet, because the very mention of union, and he flares up like a petrol bomb.
Well, what's your motive then, Brian, if it's only 25p?
Just hear me out.
No, come on, I don't get it. I mean, he's your dad. It'll be your mill one day. Don't make sense.
I'd just like to see justice, that's all.
Oh, good on you, lad. I like that. Hey, justice.
Come on, Gordon.
Hey, and you want me to be shop steward?
Maybe.
Oh, God. That's a laugh, is that? That is a laugh.
Hey, I'll do it. I'll be shop steward.
Hello, April.
Heard what you said. I mean it. I'll be shop steward.
Sit down, love. Now, you do mean it? You're serious?
Yes.
You'd be right with that. A woman.
I always thought you were bloody mad, April.
Now, listen, April. The union wants us to distribute application forms for membership. And once we've got some members in the union, then officials will come along and chat to Dad.
Why don't you chat to him yourself, instead of bringing in the union? You're his son. You sorted out all that toilet business.
Oh, he won't listen to me on this, I know.
And we still need a union.
Right. Now, get that drink down you, April. I'm going to get you another one. You deserve it. Where now, April?
Oh, pull onto this spare ground, Brian. I only live round the corner. I don't want my dad to see me being brought home. He's a funny bugger.
Onto here?
That's right.
Here we are.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
This is it, then?
Isn't it quiet?
It is, yeah.
No one about.
Don't appear to be.
Very dark and all, isn't it?
It is dark, yeah.
Always been badly lit on here.
Oh, has it?
Ever since I can remember, and we've lived here all my life. There's no moon out tonight, neither. Black as hills.
Yeah.
Brian?
Yeah?
You can kiss me goodnight, you know.
Can I?
Yeah. Do you want to?
Yeah.
Come on, then. Have you got a girlfriend, Brian?
Well,
Have you?
Yeah, down in London.
Oh, in London.
Yeah. I went to college with her.
College?
Yeah.
Do you like her, then?
Well, yes. Yes, I do.
Do you love her? Do you? Eh? Oh, never mind. Kisses again, Brian. Dear Hilary, thanks for your last 2 letters. It was good to hear from you. Up here, things are beginning to bubble a little bit, and life on the home front is becoming rather strained. I'm about to organize a union in the mill. How does that grab you? I think it will certainly grab Dad when he finds out. You see, he is paying less than the minimum union rate, and that's very low. I've spoken to him about an increase, but he won't budge on this one. I've organized a meeting of the workers during lunch hour, but Dad doesn't know. I daren't tell him yet. I'm beginning to get very nervous. I bet you are, Brian. Okay, love. I think I'll come up.
Okay, we shouldn't keep you long, folks. I think most of you know why we're here. All right, April.
Yeah.
You'll be all right, won't you, Brian?
Of course you will.
Okay, can we start?
Hey, where's Fred? Why ain't he here?
Well, we thought it best not to get him involved just yet, you know, with him being the overlook.
What about you then, your boss's son?
Oh, Martha, come on.
She's right though, isn't she?
Yeah, what's it to do with you?
Let him speak.
I'm surprised at you, Martha. You know better than that after what's gone on.
Oh, does she now?
Aye, what's your game?
Right.
Now, shut up and give him a chance.
Yeah, he has tried for us. I'll give him that, and none of you can say different.
Thank you, Martha.
You've changed your spots a bit, Martha Temple.
Yeah, come on. Give Brian a chance. He means it. He's serious. I've known Brian for a while. We went to school together, and I spent a fair bit of time with him in the last few weeks. I'm not like that, neither. And believe me, Brian's a genuine bloke. He means well. He cares about the workers here. Now, me and April have spoken to most of you on your own. You know why we're here. We're going to start up a union so we can get a bit of payday.
Oh, is it worth it for 25p?
It is for the principal. It is! Now, look, I have here application forms to join the National Union of Dyers, Bleachers and Textile Workers.
I want you to take them away with you, fill them in, and return them to me.
Ah, then he'll give them to old Shackleton.
He won't.
Don't be so thick.
Oh, don't you call me...
Yeah, all right. Now, would I be going through all this if I was going to give them to me? No. Look, if we join the union, their officials will go along to see Mr. Shackleton about our pay differential. We'll have their backing. We won't be on our own, okay? Try and bring them back in the next day or so.
My old man won't like this. My old man never does.
While we're here, while we're here, we ought to take the opportunity of electing a spokesman for us, you know? A shop steward. And I'd like to propose April.
April?
Yes. Anyone else like to put forward a name?
How about Agnes?
Okay. Any other proposals? No. Right. Who'll second April?
I will.
Right. No one standing against you, April. You're the shop steward. Well then, April, how do you feel?
Not too bad. I'm not doing it for a laugh, though, you know.
Oh, no, you're not.
I'm serious.
I know, love.
But you'll stand by me, won't you?
Yes. Promise.
I mean, you're not just playing games, are you, Brian?
No, I'm not.
You've got to mean it.
You know I do.
Right. Because I couldn't do this on my own. Not yet. I mean, if things got bad and you decided that, you know...
I won't do that.
I mean, you'd make a right fool of us.
I'd make a right fool of myself and all. No, April, don't worry. I'm committed, all right.
So long as I know.
Okay. Come on, we best get back.
I'd like you to stay the rest of the week with Doreen on ring spinning, Brian, okay?
Fine, Fred.
Ah, well now then, that far frame. The run is finishing, and when it next doffs, tell Doreen I want you to break out half a side.
Break out half a side when it doffs?
That's right.
Hey, you two!
Oh, this looks like trouble. Have you seen his face?
Not the union business.
I bet.
Right, you two, I'd like a word with you in my office.
What about, Dad?
Not here. My office.
Right, we'll be along in a minute, Dad.
You'll be along now. Come on, this can't wait.
Oh, it's like that, is it?
Yes, it's like that. Come on. Go on in.
Well, what is this, Dad?
Sit down. Bear on you.
Aren't you sitting down?
I don't feel like sitting down. I'm too agitated.
What's it all about then, Dad?
What do you know about a union, Fred?
Well,
Fred doesn't know anything.
Oh, you do then, do you?
Fred has nothing to do with it. Why, what's happened?
I've only had a couple of union officials in here for the last hour, poking their noses in, that's all. Now, what do you know about it, Brian?
Well, as you know, a number of your employees have joined the textile union.
Behind my back.
You're paying wages below the minimum union rate. I told you, you wouldn't listen. Look, Fred's got nothing to do with this. Why don't you let him go back?
What have you got to do with it, Brian?
Will you let Fred go back to work, Dad?
You've nothing to do with this, Fred?
Not really, no.
Did you know it was going on?
I heard rumours.
Rumours?
Yes.
Why didn't you come to me, for God's sake?
Well, they were only rumours.
All right, Fred. Go back to work.
Right. Thank you very much.
Now, lad, what's your part in all this?
I initiated it.
You what?
I contacted the union and called a meeting of your employees.
Oh, my God.
You're paying 25p below the union rate.
Why didn't you come to me, for God's sake, instead of organising a union?
You wouldn't listen to me, remember? I mean, it was bad enough trying to get a clean towel every day without a rise for everyone.
But behind my back, Brian. That's the worst thing.
You wouldn't listen.
I would have done.
But you didn't.
If you could prove to me that a union would benefit Shackleton's, its employees and the industry all at the same time, then I'd do more than listen.
Honestly?
I do sometimes try not to be unreasonable. Oh, who the hell is...
Morning, Edwin.
Oh, hello, Dad.
Hello, Brian.
Hello, Grandad.
Now, what's all this?
I'm a bit busy at the moment, Dad.
You don't want me to go, do you?
Well,
No, you stay, Grandad. Let's get it over with.
Let's get it over with. Edwin.
All right. Sit down, Dad.
Right. Now, come on. What's up?
I've a surprise for you.
Have you? Go on.
Well, my well-meaning little son here has organised a union in the mill.
He's what?
Had 2 bloody officials round from the union this morning. I believe some of your employees are members of our union. They want us to pay an extra 25 pence a week.
Why?
We're paying below the union rate.
I don't believe it.
Well, you better add.
Brian's organised a union?
That's right.
I don't believe it.
It's true.
Brian.
Yes, it's true, Grandad.
You organised a union, Brian?
Yes, Grandad.
Why?
Because it's only fair.
Fair?
To the workers, your employees. They need to be represented. They need to have a common voice.
Talk like a socialist.
He is a bloody socialist, didn't you know?
Oh. We'll not pay £5 a week to be blackmailed by a union.
Oh, excuse me, please. I really think I should be getting back to work.
Brian,
I'll see you later, Dad. And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it behind your back. But there was no other way.
Right. Can you listen to me, please? Come on. Quieten down a minute, please. We don't want to be here all day.
All of a sudden, we don't mind.
Aye, but Willie Shackleton finds out. And he will.
Well, I needed to sit down anyway.
Oh, let's be serious, please.
She sounds like blinking school teacher.
Oh, come on, let's hear April.
Now, this meeting has been called to put you in picture about what's happened so far with our wage claim.
Now,
Oh, shut up, Enid. I went along to see Mr. Shackleton this morning. Both of them were there, in fact. And they told me they won't recognise union. And told man said he won't pay us any more money. They wouldn't even see me at first.
Well, what are we going to do now, then?
Well, Brian's been on to union local thingamajig,
Mr. Farmer.
And he's calling on Mr. Shackleton on Monday.
Yeah, and then what happens?
Well, I don't know.
Well, we have the union's backing, and we could refuse to cooperate with the management. We could strike, Enid.
Oh, hey, no.
Strike?
Well, we don't want to strike unless we have to.
We don't want no strikes here.
No, we do not. No,
we don't want to lose our jobs.
We should have union backing.
We can't afford to lose our
And what do you think's going on here?
We're having a union meeting, Mr. Shackleton.
Not on my time, you're not. Get back to work, all of you.
They're all official paid-up members of the union, Dad. It's their right to hold a meeting.
Not on my time. April, you're the so-called shop steward, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll tell you. There'll be no more union meetings during working hours, not on my premises. You understand? So get back to work, all of you.
We're meeting about pay claim of 25 pence a week.
You were told this morning.
Be reasonable, Dad.
You keep out of it. You're showing me up.
You can't stop us from holding a union meeting.
Oh, can't I?
And you won't, neither.
Right. Right, April. You're fired.
You can't do that.
I'm firing you because I've not been too happy with your work for some time.
You can't fire me.
I have done.
Hey, that's not right, Mr. Shackleton.
No, it's not.
I've made it plain. She's fired, and that's all there is to it.
Brian.
Dad, listen.
There's nothing more to be said. Get back to work.
Right. If you sack me, I'm going to call all workers out now.
You can't do that.
Come on, April.
It wouldn't be official, April.
I don't care. Who's with me then?
We're with you.
Are you all with me?
Yes.
Shall we? Yes. No, come on then.
Hey, come back. You can't do this.
Yes, we can.
No, you can't walk out. Oh, bloody hell. Now look what you've done, lad.
You brought it on yourself, Dad. Don't be so...
obstinate. Bend a little. It's a valid claim. You shouldn't have lost your temper like that.
Maybe. I don't know.
Look, reinstate April. Swallow your pride and reinstate April.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm going to the office at... Oh, what an end to a week. I'll see you later.
Okay, Dad. Oh, what a bloody mess.